Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire land of social media, including WhatsApp. As always, Liberians all across the east coast of the USA will converge in the first state of Delaware to celebrate Liberia's Independence Day. The First State Old Timer Sports Association, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, presenting to you and yours Liberia's 177th Independence Day celebration. It's going down on Saturday, July 27, when IE come face to face with Mighty Barrow. The last time these two teams met, Invisible 11 IE became the victim. Can Mighty Barrow repeat history? Let's wait for 90 minutes of soccer action. Invisible 11 this time will depend on Coach George Dorba, Captain Augustine Jabate, Coach Neo Wale, Joe Sandy, and the man John Timber. Others are top defender Edrich Guar, striker Kwekwe Giffler, and the midfield maestro James Kankobato. As Mighty Barrow this time is making plans to change the playbook, depending on undefeated Coach Abdul Tor, Lance Fofana, Cephas Bestman, and Frank Weeder. Others are O'Brien Foley, Augustine Say, and Randy Nipa. Admission is absolutely free. Address is 1308 Fog Road in Wilmington, Delaware. Gates open at 2 p.m. and game time is 5 p.m. I'm told the kickoff will be taken by one-time Lone Star, former Minister, Youth and Sports Honorable Zoga Wilson. Independence Day t-shirts is on sale for $25 US. Food and drink will be on sale as well. Vendors will pay $125 each. Then later on, the evening hours, 8 p.m., Delaware Liberian Association will host the Grand Independence Day Ball and Dinner. Admission is $20 US. Address is the Equinox Center, 24 Belvin Center in Newcastle, Delaware. For more information, please contact O'Brien Foley at 267-312-2745, James Kollie Jr. 646-374-6583, and Frank Weeder 610-717-2635. You can also call the Honorable Jackson Seaton 302-299-6996. And of course, feel free to call the one and only Big Papa being Cassidy at 215-704-1606. Come all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm yours truly, G. Francis Tugba, asking you to converge in Delaware to celebrate Liberia's Independence Day with the First State Old Timer Sports Association and Delaware Liberian Association.
Money champion, money champion, money champion. Please play more soccer to be a triple champion. I play more soccer. Please play more soccer to be a triple champion. I play more soccer.
Hello Liberians, hello diaspora. Hello, Liberians. Hello, diaspora Liberians. It's July 26th celebration time. Oh, yeah. This is the event you've long been waiting for. Diaspora Liberians, get ready for a celebration like no other. The Liberian Independence Day extravaganza is here. Mark your calendar for this year's July 26th commemoration in Wolfsburg, Germany, as the European Federation of Liberian Associations, for short AFLA, presents a day full of pure blaze, from a star-studded meet and greet to a rare carpet event and on to a dazzling all-night web party and an all-Liberian case and cultural exchange, traditional food fair that will warm your heart. And let's not forget the epic sport showdown in soccer and kickball between Liberians and non-Liberian teams. But wait, there's more. Soul-stirring musical performances from trending Liberians and non-Liberian artists will light up the night. Join us for a day you will never forget. And please don't miss out. And don't forget the keynote speech by Senator Amara Conan, a distinguished Liberian figure. This event attracts Liberian and well-wishers from all around the world for a memorable celebration. Book your hotels, tickets, and souvenirs now before it's too late. VIP ticket, a table of 4 persons, is 300 euros. The easy table or the VVIP, a table of 2 persons, is for 300 euros, while the ordinary or the regular ticket is for just 50 euros. Be a part of an unforgettable experience at AFLA's celebration of the 26th. We see you there, and please bring somebody. Don't enjoy this unique occasion all alone. President Francis Mensah say, see you there, and he's joining you to celebrate the 26th. And this message is brought to you by the Media, Press, and Public Relations Office of AFLA.
Grace Kumapakima. I am a child and a grandchild too. Someday I will grow out to be a woman and a mother too. All children are vulnerable, be it rich, poor, black, or white. We as children need your protections at all times. Stop stigmatizing us by raping us. Sex is not for children. Stay away from us. We have the right to a healthy and happy life. We have the right to move and play freely, even if our parents or guardians are not around. We as girls' children say a big no to gender-based violence.
Let us stop the abuse against our children, girls and boys. Rape is evil. It is a crime. Don't hesitate to call the police whenever there's a situation. A message from the Liberian Women Advocacy Network International, Lawani.
Good day. It's good to be back on the closing argument. Today is especially on the eve of Liberia's 177th independent anniversary. As you are aware, tomorrow Liberians and all over the world will be celebrating our 20th our 177th independent anniversary. Liberia will turn 177 years tomorrow, July 26th. On July 26, 1847, Liberia declared to the world that she was an independent nation, and since then, we have remained the oldest country in Africa, the beacon of hope. The questions many ask: 177 years after independence, where are we as a country? Are we better off today, or are we still struggling to become a real independent nation? Perhaps we'll all answer that question at different times as time goes by. But tonight we'll be having a very interesting guest, a very popular guest, someone who was a former student leader of the University of Liberia. He went into exile, and he has been one of the voices in exile, calling for accountability and transparency throughout our governance structures. He was very active in the elections. He supported the current President Joseph Boakai on the rescue mission team. And after a few months, he had to get off the train because he felt the direction in which the country is heading was the wrong direction. And since then, he's been speaking out against the ills of the present government. He also been very critical of the past government, and he's an independent free thinker. And he'll be with us tonight as we engage him in discussing the issues of Liberia. But before we bring him in, we ask the guys to go over the ads again, play the ad one more time as we get ready for this interesting show. So can you please play the ads again? Interesting ad, especially the one with the little girl. Can you guys play it again with the little girl? Guys in the studio, play the ad for the. Ansu, if you guys hear me, guys, can you please play the ads again? While waiting for the guys to play the ads, we will continue to talk. Today, we observe as a tradition in our country, whenever on the eve of our Independence Day, we notice that our national leaders perform goodwill gestures to the less fortunate in society. And we've been watching the president today. Just a few minutes ago, I saw President Boakai turn out lights in Broadville for the first time. I heard since 1990, the first time Broadville getting lights. He turned on lights today at Broadville, but that started in the past administration and continuing to his administration. Yeah, go ahead. You can play the ads now.
Hello, Liberians. Hello, diaspora Liberians. It's July 26th celebration time. Oh, yeah. This is the event you've long been waiting for. Diaspora Liberians, get ready for a celebration like no other. The Liberian Independence Day extravaganza is here. Mark your calendar for this year's July 26th commemoration in Bosburg, Germany, as the European Federation of Liberian Associations, for short AFLA, presents a day full of pure blaze, from a star-studded meet and greet to a rare carpet event and on to a dazzling all-night wear party and an all-Liberian case and cultural exchange, traditional food fair that will warm your heart. And let's not forget the epic sports showdown in soccer and kickball between Liberia Liberians and non-Liberian teams. But widow, there's more. Soul-stirring musical performances from trending Liberians and non-Liberian artists will light up the night. Join us for a day you will never forget. And please don't miss out. And don't forget the keynote speech by Senator Amara Conan, a distinguished Liberian figure. This event attracts Liberian and well-wishers from all around the world for a memorable celebration. Book your hotels, tickets, and souvenirs now before it's too late. VIP ticket, a table of 4 persons is 300 euros. The easy table or the VVIP, a table of 2 persons is for 300 euros, while the ordinary or the regular ticket is for just 50 euros. Be a part of an unforgettable experience at A-Fla's celebration of the 26th. We see you there, and please bring somebody. Don't enjoy this unique occasion all alone. President Francis Mensah say, see you there, and he's joining you to celebrate the 26th. And this message is brought to you by the Media, Press, and Public Relations Office of A-Fla.
Yes. Where the other ads? Play the other ads quickly now so we can start, please. Yes.
Name is Grace Kumapakima. I am a child and a grandchild too. Someday I will grow out to be a woman and a mother too. All children are vulnerable, be it rich, poor, black, or white. We as children need your protections at all times. Stop stigmatizing us by raping us. Sex is not for children. Stay away from us. We have the right to a healthy and happy life. We have the right to move and play freely even if our parents or guardians are not around. We as girls' children say a big no to gender-based violence.
Let us stop the abuse against our children, girls and boys. Rape is evil. It is a crime. Don't hesitate to call the police whenever there's a situation. A message from the Liberian Women Advocacy Network International, Lawani.
Okay, yes, we are back. We're going to get started. The other panelists will join us. You know, today is 26th Eve, and people are making some last run, but we can get started soon. As soon as I see the guests, we'll be bringing in, and we're going to get this program started. Go ahead, play this.
Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire land of social media, including WhatsApp. As always, Liberians all across the east coast of the USA will converge in the first state of Delaware to celebrate Liberia's Independence Day. The First State Old Timers Sports Association, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, presenting to you in years Liberia's 177th Independence Day celebration. It's going down on Saturday, July 27, when IE come face to face with Mighty Barrow. The last time these two teams met, Invisible 11 IE became the victim. Can Mighty Barrow repeat history? Let's wait for 90 minutes of soccer action. Invisible 11 this time will depend on Coach George Dorba, Captain Augustine Jabate, Coach Diawale, Joe Sandy, and the man John Timber. Others are top defender Edrich Guar, striker Kwekwe Giffler, and the midfield maestro James Kankobato. As Mighty Barrow this time is making plans to change the playbook, depending on undefeated coach Abdul Tor, Lance Fofana, Cephas Bestman, and Frank Wieder. Others are O'Brien Folly, Augustine Say, and Randy Nipa. Admission is absolutely free. Address is 1308 Fog Road in Wilmington, Delaware. Gets open at 2 p.m. and game time is 5 p.m. I'm told the kickoff will be taken by one-time Lone Star, former Minister, Youth and Sports Honorable Zogai Wilson. Independence Day t-shirts is on sale for $25. Food and drink will be on sale as well. Vendors will pay $125 each. Then later on, the evening hours, 8 p.m., Delaware Liberian Association will host the Grand Independence Day Ball and Dinner. Admission is $20. Address is the Economic Center, 24 Belvin Center in Newcastle, Delaware. For more information, please contact O'Brien Foley at 267-312-2745, James Kollie Jr. 646-374-6583, and Frank Wieder 610-717-2635. You can also call the Honorable Jackson Seaton 302-299-6996. And of course, feel free to call the one and only Big Papa B and Cassidy at 215-704-1606. Come all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm yours truly, G. Francis Tugba, asking you to converge in Delaware to celebrate Liberia's Independence Day with the Fresh State Old Timers Sports Association and Delaware Liberian Association.
Anti-Baromoni champion. Anti-Baromoni champion. Anti-Baromoni champion. To be a triple champion. I play more soccer. Please play more soccer. To be a triple champion. I play more soccer.
Yes. Again, welcome again. We are in the 26th mood, and Liberian communities throughout the U.S. are celebrating 26 this weekend, starting tomorrow. In the various states, will be celebrating the 26 activities. The first state, Delaware, will be having a series of games, activities going on there. IE and Barrow will be playing in Delaware, next door to Pennsylvania. There will be games in Trenton, New Jersey. Also in Europe, our friends in Germany, where our man, Dr. Peabody, is already on his way to represent the closing argument there. He's already he's airborne right now to represent the closing argument in Germany for the Liberian communities in Europe, celebration of July 26. So a lot of activities going on in the U.S. and also in Liberia. We're having an official Independence Day program on tomorrow. I witnessed a few minutes ago the arrival of the Ghanaian president arriving in Liberia for the program. He was met at the airport by the vice president of Liberia, Honorable Jeremiah Cohn. I saw President Boyka also lighting up the city in Browville. They are doing a lot of dedications this on the eve of 26. And that's been the tradition. Presidents come up and do these little dedications on the eve of 26 to commemorate the holiday. But we are on a closing argument. We're having tonight Martin K. and Kollie, former student leader of Liberia, and an exile activist who has been very vocal on the issue of transparency, good governance, and accountability. He'll be our guest tonight, and in the next few minutes, he'll be coming on live to join us. so we can get this going as the other panelists get ready to join us too. But in the meantime, let me recognize some of our viewers who are on the show. Christian Roberts, A1, he always here present first. Garmin Giflaw, she's back from Liberia. She's in Atlanta, Georgia. Big Smoke Goody Williams, yes, he's watching. Moses Dennis, watching from Burlington, New Jersey. Akwe Game Kollie, you are right. We'll remove Kev and Jackie from the flyer. We're trying to do a remake, so you are right. We'll be doing a song. Yeah, Daniel V. Quay. He said, the veteran MKNK, I'm waiting for you. Moha Connie, James A. Koyate Jr., Winifred Smith. Yeah, Otello Swa. Yeah, these are our regular viewers who come on very early to join us. They are here. We are live on True FM in Liberia on the radio True FM. We're live on Hot FM radio station too. And several community radio stations across Liberia is carrying this program live. And we are also on Facebook, on YouTube. You follow us there, where this program has been carried live. And we'll be bringing in the guests in a moment for now, as we get set. As soon as I see the guests, I will be bringing him in. I saw him a few minutes ago. Also, yeah, see, Ansuya guys are all set. Answer you guys, the telephone's working, guys. The telephone lines are okay. The telephone lines are okay, guys. It's okay. Okay, they say lines are okay too. Okay, guys, I want to say thanks on behalf of our guys in Liberia, our guys at True FM and Hot FM. I want to say thank you to all our viewers, all our supporters, our sympathizers, our followers for the contributions you made, for us to be a blessing to them for the 26th holiday. They appreciate it, and they want to say thanks to you, all of you who contributed. Those who did not contribute this time around, we say thank you. You know, if you had it, you would do it. You guys are always coming to our call when we call you to bless our guys. I mean, I'm happy that you guys were able to make these guys and their families happy this 26th season for the little blessings you provided to us. We still need a lot of stuff going, but we continue to to say thanks to you guys for blessing us and for keeping it going. So, as I said, as soon as I see the guests, I will bring it in right away so we can get it going. This program tonight is being watched by a lot of people. I see the Honorable the Vice President is watching this program. The Minister of State is watching this program, and so this will be an interesting program tonight. So, guys, as soon as I see the guests, I bring it in. But while I'm waiting for the guests, I want to announce that, we lost one of our strong member, our strong follower. When I was strong member, who a follower of us, she been with us from Spoon Days, Melissa C. Yap. She died on September 8th of last year. And her father, Ian Yap, said he wanted a closure, so he's having a memorial service for her on Sunday, July 28th, 2024, at the Zion Praise Baptist Church in Bentor, Liberia, at 11 a.m. The Melissa C. Yap memorial service will be held this Sunday, July 28th, at the Zion Praise Baptist Church in Bentor, USA, and Liberia, at 11 a.m. Her father, Ian Yap, and mother, Lisa Greaves, will be in attendance. And there's the memorial service of Melissa C. Yap. Just want to announce it. As soon as Mr. Kollie is ready, we'll get him on the show and we'll get it going. Okay, I think I see him. Without much ado, I'll bring in our guest, Mr. Martin K. and Kollie. Hey, Comrade Kollie, how are you, brother? How are you? How are you? How are you doing?
Hey, Chief Saint Tomalin George. How are
Yes,
you?
yes, yes. Good, 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 good. First of all, man, tell me, how's the family? How's the little bunny of joy?
Yeah,
Yes.
we are doing good. It is glad to be on your show. Um, the little princess is faring well. Praise God for life. And how's your family as well?
Oh, everybody's doing great. In fact, I celebrate my two kids celebrated their birthdays this week. My son was the 22nd, he turned 21, and my daughter turned 17 on the 23rd. Yeah,
Baku,
back to back.
you are
I know,
strong.
right? Yeah, so
Extend
they
our
all
yeah, yeah.
everybody's doing great. Yes, it's been a long time, man. And you have brought a lot of people to come to tune in tonight, including our honorable vice president, our honorable minister of state. They're all watching you live, and this will be interesting. Okay, interesting interaction. First of all, uh, we are about to celebrate 177 years of independence. In fact, the other guys are coming. They are trying to get set up. They're coming. So, but we'll get started. We celebrate 177 years tomorrow. What's your thoughts about Liberia as the president's time? Man? We have reached 177 years. What's your perspective about the country? I mean, after 177 years.
Um, Thank you very much. On the eve of our 177th birth anniversary as a country, I want to extend happy pre-Independence Day to you and your panelists and to all Liberians across the world. Whether you are in Liberia or you are in the diaspora, we want to say happy pre-Independence Day. A lot of Liberians are preparing to celebrate this day. Liberians in Europe, Liberians in the Americas, Liberians in Asia, Liberians in Africa, Liberians in Australia, Antarctica, just everywhere. Because the significance of the day tells a lot of story. It symbolizes our sovereignty, our dignity, our nationality, and our self-worth as a people and a nation. So the importance of this day, St. Tomalin, cannot be overemphasized. However, it is important to note that we are not yet independent, because independence embodies two elements. Hello?
Yeah, yeah. You're frozen for a minute.
Okay. Did you get my last?
Yeah.
Am I?
No, we didn't get it. No.
Yeah, so I was saying it will interest you to know, as we reflect on our 177th Independence Day, that we are not yet independent. Because independence, in my opinion, embodies two elements or two strata. Number one, political independence. Number two, economic independence. To a larger extent, symptomally, to a larger extent, symptomally.
Yeah. You're breaking it.
Yeah, I was getting feedback not too long. Is it from you?
No. Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I was saying, to a larger extent,
Yeah.
Our people are politically independent. To a larger extent, our people are politically independent. But the question remains after 177 years, are they economically independent? The answer is no. Our people are not economically independent. So are we independent in the context of independence? Because independence is not just about being pronounced as a sovereign nation or as a republic. It goes far beyond that. It goes far beyond just being pronounced or declared as an independent nation. So in 1847, yes, we declare our independence. Other countries around the world recognize our independence after the declaration by our founding fathers. But let's come down far beyond 1847. Where are we? Our people are still poor. In fact, most of them are starving after 177 years in the midst of abundant natural resources. So to a larger extent, in Tomalin, we are politically independent, and yes, why? Tomalin, Ben, I want to welcome Chairman Ben Sanvee. He just joined. Happy pre-independence, Chairman Sanvee.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah. So, St. Tomalin, Chairman Sanvee, Martin Kollie, and others now form political parties of their own. They can march to the polling booth and exercise their franchise or their suffrage. So to a larger extent, we are independent politically, but we have not achieved economic independence or economic freedom. And this is why some of us have chosen to commit our lives to fighting for economic freedom in that country. It is unfortunate that we live in a country, St. Tomalin, after 177 years, the 5 highest officials of our government, they get over 11.14 million. When public schools and public hospitals around the country are literally struggling due to financial constraints. Are we independent? The answer is no. I just listened to the chief medical officer of the John F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital sending out an SOS call: no drugs, no medical supplies. But we have a chief justice that goes to Turkey to seek private medical checkup when the largest referral hospital in the country does not have medical supplies, including needed drugs. Are we independent? The answer is no. We cannot boast of independence in the midst of abject poverty. It doesn't make sense to me. We cannot boast of independence when we are still aid dependent. We are aid dependent. How can you boast of independence when you are aid dependent? How can you boast of independence when you are food insecure? How can you boast of independence when you are still depending on other countries, when you are dependent on the US, on China, on other big powers around the world? We can be interdependent, but we can be dependent on countries, yet we boast of independence. So to a larger extent, we can vote, we can exercise our constitutional duties as citizens of Liberia. We can go to the booth and decide who we elect after every 6 years or after every 9 years. But our people are still suffering. Our Verity News conducted an interview in Waterside Market. Almost all the people said the 26 sour. 26 sour. Yet we boast of independence. The vast majority of the citizens here do not have food to eat on Independence Day. Food to eat on Independence Day. So for me, if you ask me the question you've asked, I will tell you bluntly, to a larger extent, we are independent politically. To a larger extent, we are independent politically, but we are not independent economically. And I want to say hats off to the Revolutionary Vanguard Student Unification Party I want to say hats off to PART, Progressive Alliance of Liberia. I want to say hats off to Moja, Movement of Justice in Africa, because even before we could vote, it took these progressive institutions to break the barrier. The history is there. For 133 years, we could not vote in that country. We had a one-party system. It took ideological progressives to stand up to the Moribund True Win Party and said to them, look, after 133 years, we as citizens of this country too, we should have the right to exercise our political franchise. Today, all of us can form political parties. Today, all of us can vote for our next president. Today, all of us can vote for our representatives and senators, because it took the effort, the tenacity and fortitude of men and women who stood the test of time to promote a pluralistic democracy. We did not have that, even though we were independent as far back as 1847. But up to 1979, that majority of the people could not still vote and exercise their constitutional duties. It had to be men and women of the Student Unification Party, Progressive Alliance of Liberia, the Movement of Justice in Africa to break that barrier of exclusivity. So we have come a long way politically, yes, to a larger extent. We are independent, but economically, I can tell you for a fact we are not. I want to welcome Madam Grace. She just joined. Happy pre-independence, Madam. Yeah.
Thank you, Martin. Happy pre-independence to you.
Thank you.
Look, it'll be interesting tonight. Let's get it going. Comrade Kollie, Martin Kollie. First of all, let me start quick and then bring the chairman in and Grace in. You just election ended. You during the election, you supported the President Bouaka and the rescue team. You play a very pivotal role on that team, and we have a lot of hope and expectation. But it was so soon, and you decided to perhaps just to take a step backwards and to take them to tax for things that were promised and that wasn't coming to reality. Just tell us. People have been wondering. Said Martin couldn't wait. Why so soon? Martin was very quick to just jump to change his mind, and he was very quick and he was very strong for during the campaign. Just tell people what really happened.
So it is important for me to say this. Before the campaign, before the election, I stood up against the regime of former President Johnson. I stood up against the regime of former President George Nyenwolo. When we came to 2023, that was our election year. President Joseph Bouaka called me to join him because he thought I was very important to his campaign. I was sitting right here in Elzai. He asked me whether I wanted to join the campaign. I said, I'm not too sure I want to join. He said, you need to, you have to be chairman on research and policy response. I said, okay, that's fine. My aim was never to be active because the national coffers of our country were being milked, gang raped by the regime then. So I thought it was important to join like-minded patriots to rescue our.
He's having internet problem.
Yeah. While waiting for him, Chairman, what's up? Chairman, you're looking in the 26 mood already, though.
Yeah, they
travel, eh?
Yeah, but I'm actually back and I'm.
You in Liberia?
Yeah, it's Saturday home. Just had to get Camp David. They may get on a Camp David.
Don't mind it, boy.
When I travel, it's Camp David.
No, it's good. It's good to be. I'll be back in Charlotte tomorrow. I have to want to attended. This is the Liberian Association T-shirt here in Charlotte. This is the
quality. See quality.
Liberia.
Quality. That one the T-shirt program peso
for the Carolinas. So
yeah, Martin is trying to count on, but he has to go.
I'm looking forward to having a very fascinating conversation with Martin. He's I would say a small brother, a good friend of mine. We had a lot of back and forth during the election. Well, not really back and forth. It was competitive. It was very hot, right? But I still believe he cares for his country deeply. I know he does. He may have had maybe different thought processes, and I like the question you asked him, Tomalin. I also respect the fact that even though he supported the president or the government, if he has some differences or disagreement, it's well within his right. Just how he supported them is well within his right to decide that he doesn't want to support them anymore, or he wants to be critical of them. That's the part. That for me, that is the true essence of democracy. Only in Liberia, when people do things like that, they call you inconsistent, or they call you, they label you with all this. I remember the same thing happened to me, right? When I supported President Weah in 2017. The first couple of months of the administration, I thought he was going wrong. I blasted him. And the reason I said so was because when you vote for someone, right? When you vote for someone, even the people who vote for the person got a right to critique them. What about you who go and get your vote to them, right? So that's one of the reasons why I respect what Martin is doing. But he's here, so hopefully we'll hear from him.
Yes.
And continue.
He'll continue. Go ahead.
St. Tomalin, sorry for the interruption.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, like I said, President Bouaka called me to join his campaign. I had no intent to do so because I had been an activist before he called. But at that time, the country was being gang raped. The country was being milked. So I was under obligation to play an active role. I could not remain active or neutral, especially when our country was at the verge of dystopia, hellfire, in other words. So I joined President Bouaka with a clear mandate from the people. The mandate was, when we gave you power, you changed our lives. And now when we gave you power, you changed your lives. You see, St. Tomalin, when people stood up under the rain and the sun in 2023 to call for regime change, they didn't do that because they love President Bouaka more than they love Liberia. They didn't do that because they love the Unity Party or they love the collaboration that was political marriage with the Unity Party more than they love Liberia. They did so with a conviction that there would be a system change, that the new government would press the reset button on governance. That was the basis of their commitment and diligence to the country. Fast forward, after electing a new system, where are we? To even publicly make their assets declare their assets publicly, we had to literally fight war. We promised open governance. A function of open governance is to make your assets public. But some people told us we did the same thing. He didn't make his assets public because the law doesn't require that. Are we playing by Weah's playbook? Then what was the essence of changing Weah? Weah did the same thing, so we must do the same thing. So for me, I had to take a detour because our advocacy has always been in the interest of the people. We've always committed our lives to the struggle of the people. So the reason why I had to jump down from the train, number one, My opinions, my pieces of advice were never taken into consideration. In fact, they were considered very radical and aggressive, and people saw me as a threat from within. I was inside, and they told me, look, when you are inside, you are not supposed to talk. I said, how is that possible? I was talking about these very same issues. How come I'm inside and you say I'm not supposed to talk because we are in power? That doesn't make sense to me. I have to talk. You put me on an assets recovery team that is very corrupt. Very corrupt. The most corrupt assets recovery team in the world. I want to be very clear. Truth matters. And I have come to say the truth. I have come to say the truth. Just give me 1 minute, please. Tell me 1 minute.
Okay. Wow. So the boy is fiery, though. The most corrupt answer.
If he fiery, can you just let him talk a certain time so we can be able to ask him some questions, because we want to get to know some certain things. You know that so we can't just let him talk for 10 minutes straight. So if you can get him, let 3 minutes he talk, then we'll come in, we ask our questions. It will be good enough, because the librarian need to know some things from Martin Kollie tonight.
Yeah.
So, but he just, I think I hear opening, right?
Yeah, you gotta explain. Yeah, man. Yeah, you
No, he had an opening and somebody asking a question and then he was answering. I know you gotta give him a chance to respond because he's the guest. But I just saying, that we should.
I understand that he can make his questions and answers short. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so we can be able to ask him enough questions, because he explaining. We will not get everything, but when we ask him questions, we'll be able to pull some things for other him, because Martin got some information to give us. All right.
Martin, is it possible? Are you using your phone?
Yeah, I'm using my phone.
Can you turn it so that you get full? You know how they can say to switch it.
But when I turn it, I'll be upside down. That's the point.
Well, there's a way they can do it. Anyway, it's okay. You can go ahead. Because there's a way they can. You know how you can rotate your screen. That's a. They will give you the full screen. But anyway, it's okay. Go ahead. We can see you.
I'm not too clear.
You clear?
No, I thought I wanted you to be full on the full screen, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but St. Tomalin, Madam Grace raised an important concern, because I have followed the show, and some of your panelists have said Martin is afraid to come on. I've heard some of the allegations they've raised against me, and I hope they come on tonight because I'm here.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
I really pray that they come on today.
I love the challenge.
So 3 of your panelists, they levied false accusations, allegations with all facts. Let all the panelists come on. St. Tomalin had always reached to me. He knows my schedule very well. I'm very busy. I have never been afraid to appear anywhere. I'm here, and I hope Madam Grace can call them on. I'm here in flesh and blood.
Yeah, Martin.
If you want me to be here for the next 24 hours, I'm here. Let's debate the issue.
Martin, we will call them on. If they don't come on me, they're afraid of you tonight. That's what we're telling them now.
Going forward, they should not come behind me to raise allegations and you allow them to pass.
Thank you.
I'm here now. They should come and ask all the questions. All the questions.
And they were giving what we noticed that you're coming, so they have enough time.
There's no excuse here. If you want me to be here 24 hours, I'm here. Let's talk about the issues.
Okay, let's go. You finish asking the question. That Ben coming?
Yeah.
Ben? Okay.
So it's good to see my small brother. I can still call him my small brother. We go way back. Marty and myself go way back, and like I always say, one of the things that I respect is his ability to be upfront, right? I may not agree with everything he has said or his strategy, or sometimes the things that his approach, right? I definitely did not agree with him when he was opposing President Joe Buckeye, because and the fundamental reason was simple. It wasn't because I wanted him to support WIA. Because I felt that everything that he stood for was what was pretty much principled and against what President Joe Buckeye stood for, right? And so we had that disagreement. He made his decision. I respect his decision, and I also respect his decision now to say he's getting off the train, because again, like I say, as a patriot, he has a responsibility to keep doing what he's doing. But my question to you, Martin, is why did you, why not any other person in that race? Like I say, forget we are in Buckeye, right? There was Cummings, there was Monimba, there was Tiawon Gonglo, who, if anybody who I probably thought you probably was going to support would have probably been Tiawon Gonglo because of the whole, activism, the human rights background and stuff like that, right? But there were several other candidates in that race. Was it purely because you felt they couldn't win? Or what was the driving force behind supporting former now President Joe Buckeye?
Very important question, Ben. If you noticed during the 2023 campaign or before the campaign, I wrote a 3-page analysis looking at the various players with specific emphasis on opposition players.
Mm-hmm.
So we placed former Vice President Joseph Boakai, term president, on the pedestal. We placed ANC political leader, Mr. Edizana Cummings, on the pedestal, and also LPP political leader, Councillor Tiawon Gonglo. So we weighed those two options using 3 gauge. Number 1, integrity. Number 2, service to country. And number 3, patriotism. So looking across the aisle, I thought, and I still believe, President Boakai or former President Boakai, former Vice President Boakai was the most experienced. Across the aisle, 3 of them had integrity, and 3 of them are patriotic citizens, candidates in the race. So I thought Vice President Joseph Boakai was best suited to have led the opposition to victory. So my journey to the Unity Party candidate, even though I'm not a Unity Party partisan, was based on those 3 values: experience, right, service to country, patriotism. As part of experience, integrity was also a basic element of my measurement of the 3 opposition candidates who were the leading forces in the race. Let me say this. I have nothing personal against Mr. Edizana Cummings, nothing personal against Councillor Tiawon Gonglo. They were as qualified, competent as President Joseph Yuma Boakai. But the occasion at that time was conducive for us to have picked President Boakai based on the reasons just explained. If President Boakai goes against George Weah again, my preference will be President Boakai. The reason is very simple. Former President George Manuel Weah is inept, he's corrupt, and he's unpatriotic. Pieces of evidence are available along the show. We will provide high facts to prove some of these claims. So yeah, basically those were the reasons why my first preference was Vice President Joseph Yuma Boakai.
So let me ask a follow-up, Tomalin, please. Do you believe you are a fierce critic of the former Unity Party government, the government headed by President Sirleaf, that Vice President Boakai was vice president in? Do you believe presidents and vice presidents bear the greatest responsibility for their administration actions? Do you believe the excesses that you were very critical against during those 12 years? Because you were a fierce critic. I know that. I was there. In fact, it was during that period I came in contact with you, right? So I know the magnitude of how you fought. I know. But are you saying here that President Joe Buckeye bear no responsibilities for those years? And did that, was not that sufficient? If he did, right? If your answer is yes, was that not sufficient to have disqualified him from you supporting him? Or again, I will ask, was it purely based on the fact that you wanted anybody but we are? Was that the mantra? Was it the anybody but we are thing that drove you towards Buckeye? And do you think Buckeye bears the responsibility of the excesses of the Sir years?
So I want to premise my response on a popular legal doctrine. It is called respondeat superior. Right. The superior bears the responsibility.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
President Buckeye or Vice President Buckeye at that time is not blame-free because he was the co-pilot. However, our Constitution is very clear about the roles and responsibilities of a vice president, the roles and responsibilities of the president. In fact, the Constitution says it is the president that dictates to the vice president. So the president tells the vice president what to do, how to do what to do, when to do what to do, and how to do when to do what to do. So basically, if you look at the structure of our political system in the context of the Constitution, the vice president cannot take full responsibility as compared to the president, because the vice president works at the whims and caprices of the president. He's almost looking like a servant. I don't want to use the word servant, but he's almost looking like a servant of the president. So the vice president has no power when the president speaks. He can only recommend, he can suggest. The other day I listened to Vice President Joseph Boakai during the campaign. He said, I made a number of suggestions and recommendations. When those suggestions and recommendations are made, it is up to the president to accept or not. The power to appoint ministers, directors, deputy ministers, corporate heads. The vice president doesn't do that. It is the president. And the vice president does not interfere with that function of the president. The vice president is just the president of the Senate. He does not even have voting right in the Senate unless there's a tie. Then he can vote to break the tie. But he does not have voting right. If the tie is 15-15, then the vice president has power now to say, look, since it's 15-15, I can break the tie. That's the power of the vice president. But don't get me wrong, Ben. The vice president takes some responsibility, because I have seen some vice president resigning before. I have seen some vice presidents across the world resigning because of ideological policy differences with the president. So I am not going to defend that the vice president does not take some blames. He was the co-captain, he was the co-pilot when the plane is about to crash, because the pilot does not know how to read the compass. The co-pilots must be able to help to read the compass in the right direction. So I'm not saying he's blame-free. However, we can take the weight of the president, because most of the decisions are with the president. He can only invite the opinion of the vice president if he wants. In the case of President Joseph Boakai and Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, until President Boakai invites the opinion of Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, or until Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn says, look, Chief, this is what I think, or this is what I want to recommend. That's how the office functions. Okay. And this is why, then, we have to relook at our Constitution.
Okay.
The other day, for constitutional reform, on the basis of 5 different fundamentals, and we'll discuss those fundamentals tonight.
Thank you, and we'll come around. I want Grace to come in. I want everybody to touch, and then yeah. So
Yeah, Martin, hi. It's nice to see you. I want to say to you that I respect your writings. I think you're a very brilliant writer, and I want to congratulate you on most of the things that you are writing and most of your journalism work that you have done. You know, with especially the investigative journalism that you've been doing, bringing out information for the Liberian people. That I commend you on. I don't want to comment.
One more correction before you go further.
Okay.
So publicly, I'm not a journalist. I am an activist. What I have managed to do, I've established a newspaper in Monrovia, and we've hired like 8 journalists, investigative, independent journalists. So they are taking charge of the paper. All I do is to promote their work on my page, you know, and hats off to them. I just want to make that clarification. I'm not
but before you published the paper, you used to write. We've been following a long time ago. You used to write stuff on your page, and before you ever established that stuff. So I like that writing, although I like the paper as well. Yeah. So I wanted to say that. And I just want to also say quickly that even in the vice president position, Joseph Parker had no impact. Even with the group of 77, he did nothing. I know that because I did work with him in Liberia. So, you know, I understand your excuse for him at this point in time, although it was not an excuse to me. But I just wanted to put that out there. You can answer it if you want after I ask you my question. I'm very disappointed that you will call all the names. You know, the people who ran that you wanted to really look, you were looking at, and you refused to call Dr. Clarence Muniba and he's supposed to be your age group. It makes me to feel that. And I supported Dr. Muniba in 2023 campaign, but I was, and I also wrote something on your page. One time you said something and you sent me one hell of a cheek on the page. I said, look at Marty, because you know, you myself, we kind of little brush elbow together because I like your work. I really like what you do. So I was like, okay, why would you even say that? But, you know, it's Liberian politics. They say, oh, Liberian politics is hard and this and that. I don't think it should be that way because we can just disagree in a respectful way. So I also hope that you could apologize to me for that. I did. One of my people did take a picture of what you said to me, but they can't find it right now. So I forgot what you said, although I forgive you ever since.
My apologies.
But you forgot that. Why you apologize?
Yeah, but it was very derogatory.
We're in the heat of the campaign. At that time, President Bouaka gave me a huge responsibility. I had more than 20 front lines open. So
including me, including me too.
Yeah. So I had a front line open with Ben Sanvee.
Yeah, but they were sending it to me later on, so I accept your apology.
So my apologies. Let's move on.
I will send it to you.
You are a mother, very smart, brilliant woman, a patriot. I apologize sincerely. We don't need to go back there. Let's move on and promote the dignity and progress of our country. Yeah,
I agree. Not in the UP people agreement, but I agree. You know, in the regular.
but why you quote unquote hate the UP people?
No, I don't hate them. I just don't. They don't have any agenda that will help the country. So even your mantra that you push the country on with the election was not even or promising to anybody, and we can see it now in the first 6 to 7 months that the UP government had done nothing really good, and that's the reason why you're trying to remove yourself, which I respect very well, because you see now this was not a good thing for Liberia at this point in time. So you know, I will just ask you my question quickly. I want to say that. You said Joseph Waga called you, and I know that Joseph Waga is a man who he's an older man that uses young people. I had a post on my page before. You will see all the young people bring their back down, and then they have the chess board on their backs, and they old people then playing chess on their back, and all they need to do is just stand up and rise up to the plate and say, you know what, we can't accept this. And so I felt that most of you guys were you one of them, or Henry Costa or another one. So, and for you to sit here and say that you call all these other people who are actually older, but the one young man that was in the race, you refused to call him because you never even looked at his agenda for the country. You did not look at what he was bringing to the table. You put that aside, you know, and you was pushing an older man who really did not have the spine. He doesn't have the strength to lead a group. But I wanted to ask you quickly. And because I don't know if I talk too much, I will just forget my question. I wanted to ask you, what is your opinion on the party and the regime personally? What do you, I know you already removed yourself, but I want you to tell the Liberian people today your opinion on this particular regime at this 6 months and a half term that they have served. Although you say you're removing yourself for them, I still see you on the platform sometimes. You try to take Joseph Boakai and put him in a shell that the government doing that, but Joseph Boakai is saying, I want you to tell the people, talk on Joseph Boakai tonight. What is your opinion on him as a leader, as a man who is 80 years old or plus, trying to lead this country, and he is not in the lead at this point in time? Because you and I know, since you're in the back, that another person is leading this country and it's not Joseph Boakai. So can you answer that question?
So thank you, Madam Grace. A very important question. You made a number of claims. I don't want to buy into them, even though it is your right to make those claims. But I would like to say to you, my support to President Boakai in 2023 was policy-driven and ideological, right? Former presidential candidate, Mr. Monimba, you talked about whether we are in the same age range. I don't know his age. I don't know his age.
He's a doctor. You can put a doctor to his name, Dr. Monimba.
Dr. Monimba, sorry for that. I did not know his vision. He didn't present anything to me to understand, analyze, and make a determination of whether I could support him or not. You know, people reach out to us. We look at their platforms, their manifestos, and we made a determination of where to go. That was our right, and that still remains our right today. I have nothing personal against Dr. Monimba. He has every right to contest as a presidential candidate at any given time or interval. We will protect that right. It is his right. So to your question about President Joseph Boakai, I don't want to give into the age debate, whether he's 80 years old or not, because you see, one of the greatest psychoanalysts, his name is Sigmund Freud, he said this, and I quote, strength does not come from the physical capacity, but the indomitable will. President Boakai presented a clear vision on the arrest agenda for Liberia. I'm not the spokesman for President Boakai. I have already left the train, and my position has been critical. However, Madam Grace, not because I am an activist, so I should just critique the government every time. The problem you have with me about posting on my page when the government does good or right, I don't think that should be your problem. If the government does something good, it's commendable. We commend it. If they go contrary to the original plan and agenda that they proffered in 2023, we condemn it. We shall condemn what is condemnable and commend what is commendable. That's the work of an activist. I'm not an opposition. We got to get this straight. We have to get this straight. I am not an opposition. I was never an opposition before joining President Boakai in 2023. I was an activist. So when President Boakai appointed me on the asset recovery team, and I decided to resign based on the fact that the leadership of the asset recovery team is inherently corrupt, and there are other issues I raised in my 3-page letter. I wrote 3 different letters to the president. Those letters were never addressed. The concerns in those letters were never addressed. So I had to step back, right? Because we promised to fight corruption. We promised to ensure accountability. We promised to promote open governance. This cannot be open governance. So I was on a moral obligation to step back, and I did that. Now I'm in my activism form. When the government go on my page, I have critiqued the government a lot. Even the issue of the Independence Day budget, they are considering it again. On what basis? On what basis? I have called on them to make the budget public. These documents should be public, especially issues relating to financial activities. You can't hide from the people because the country you run is not a private company. I've said this to President Boakai himself. We have to make everything open. The resources you manage are resources of the people. by the people and for the people. So you can't hide these resources from them when you are expending them. You have to let them know. So my difference or my indifference with the regime is not based on hatred. It's not based on malice. It's not based on ill will. It's based on ideas and policies. So when I commend the government, for example, for bringing in the first fingerprint lab, it's something commendable. When I commend the government, for example, for passing a resolution of establishing an office for the War and Economic Crimes Code, it's something commendable. Madam Grace, shouldn't I commend the government in those directions? You tell me.
I'm not saying that.
So my role as an activist is not to oppose the government. My role as an activist is not to oppose politicians. It's to expose politicians and correct them. I have been doing just that. I just told you on the show that we are celebrating 177 years of independence, yet just five people, the office of the president, vice president, speaker, deputy speaker, and senate pro tem, they have a budget of over 11 million when our people do not have food to eat. Yet we are celebrating independence. On what basis?
Okay.
On what basis?
So I will just follow up on my quick follow-up question. I know you said that Moneyba, I don't want to make this about Moneyba because my support for Moneyba in 2023, but I like to be fair across the board. You said that he did not present an agenda to you and this and that. So you wanted him to call you like Joseph Boakai called you? Or are you supposed to look at all the candidates that were in the race to see the best person that would fit Liberia? Because he is the only person that had a clear agenda for Liberia. All the other people, they don't have a real website to go to look for anything.
That's not true, Grace. That's not true.
I will move past that.
Great, but correct. That's true.
Now,
Moneyba, I'm the only person on our website.
Yeah, he was the only person that had a website that was clear-cut.
And that's not true, Grace. It's the one you agree with. It's the one you agree with.
Our website too.
Just got a full agenda.
No, I went there. I did not see anything. Can we just move past that? The election is over. We're moving past that. The reason why I brought that up because Martin is a young man, as Moneyba is a young man. So you would think young people will be supporting one another, knowing that the old people have been in power in Liberia for so long and have done nothing good for the country.
No, let me say them, Grace. Not to cut you off quickly, 1 minute. You see, am I a promoter or a proponent of generational change? Oh, yes. But I read between lines. The last time, in 2017, we entrusted a young man with the highest seat in our country. In 2023, where did we end? So I'm not only just looking for young men. I'm looking for a change agenda.
But
right?
you're supporting a young man who because of football sentiments. It was not because of
my support to anyone for the presidency. It is not because you're young or because you're old. It is because of the structural changes you present in your manifesto for a new Liberia. So if Dr. Moneyba had those changes in his agenda, the concreteness of his plan, I would have supported him. It's my right to support whomever I want to support. It is your right to support. It is your right to support Dr. Moneyba. It is my right to support President Boakai. That's democracy. So if I believed in the agenda of President Boakai in 2023 to deliver our country, that was a decision I took. And I have no regret for that decision. I have no regret.
I have my follow-up question. Can you condemn your President Boakai right now? Because it's been 48 hours since Jackie Kollie life was threatened by a certain deputy minister who he put in power that you voted for, that didn't even want to be minister. They had watered down the minister position in Liberia so bad because of
assistant minister.
So yes, the assistant minister. So we want you to it's been 48 hours since this man's life was threatened. Your president, I don't even think he remember right now, who have forgotten to come to the public and take leadership and condemn what this man had done by threatening a certain representative. Can you say anything against that? and tell Bwaka the right thing to do at this point in time since he called you?
St. Tomalin, can you put my recent post up? There's a post on my Facebook page 14 hours ago about the situation Madam Grace just raised. It is very important because it has security.
I actually saw it.
Yeah. So Madam Grace, I'm not just sitting and watching. I'm getting involved. Right. I'm saying this is wrong. We can't do this. Whether Yeke Koluba does this or not, I have condemned Yeke Koluba. Even under the leadership of our president, I condemn his foul language. Right? I'm still condemning it today. However, we can say because Yeke Koluba is insulting the president, he's insulting the first lady, so we're assassinating him. You can't do that, especially as a government minister. Yeke Koluba is an opposition politician. It is his right to speak. I have called on President Bwaka to protect that right. That right must be protected. Whether his speech harms or hurts President Bwaka and his wife, we must protect Yeke Koluba's right to speak. There are legal constitutional remedies to hateful and harmful speeches in Liberia. President Bwaka, the government can take advantage of those legal mechanisms. But to say, okay, let's go assassinate a man or let kill, we can't reach to that extent. No, it's wrong. And I have said that publicly.
So what have your leader done since he has not made any statement to condemn this thing? I was civilized country that he had turned into a dumpster.
So I have called President.
What has your president done?
So number one, I have called on the government. Read my comment under that post. You know, I wrote a comment to Patrick Horner's comment, and I have said to the government, you have to distance yourself from the statement of Assistant Minister Mark Jabate, because here is the downside.
Do you think he should be fired? Do you think he should be fired? Do you think he should lose his job? Do you think he should lose?
Oh yeah, that particular statement is tantamount to dismissal.
Okay.
But for me, he should be dismissed.
Okay.
It's up to the president to make that determination. But the first step is distance the government from the ministers, the assistant minister's statement. Because the thing is, Ben, if you don't distance the government, right, a lot of people are watching to see what the government will do.
I agree.
Right. If you don't distance yourself, people will say, oh, but the government is embodying the minister to threaten an opposition politician's life. And very soon you will start seeing international reports coming in.
And Martin, thank you.
To call you assassinate him is contempt. It's contempt. In fact, contemptible, contemptuous. You know. So regardless,
I want the other guys to come in, Martin. Please, we're a lot. The house is getting full, so I know Tomalin is moderating, but I just want us to jump on top of it. Choo Jones is coming next. Yeah, and then we'll go to Alex, and then Sylvester Peewee, your own neo-progressive brother, Sylvester Peewee, is here too.
I'm not neo-progressive, but me, I'm progressive.
You're progressive, okay. I just wanted to make sure that the progressive.
You're progressive for all we the old progressive.
Okay.
But Martin, for any tradition, you call me that man, and I'm not man. You know that Nino coming.
All right.
For all we all progressive.
and just for the record, Alex, before you come in, and like you were saying, Martin, Yeke Koluba has been invited on VOA, so this is becoming an international issue, right? And like I always tell people, this is exactly how some of the things started under President Weah, right? These are how these little drip. By the time you look, it becomes a major issue. You know, I think different reports. But Alex June, come in, please.
Yes. All right, Tomalin, good to see you. Chairman Ben, the bold and beautiful Grace, and Toga, Sylvester, happy to be here. Martin, I wasn't scheduled to come on the show, but I was watching it, and you did mention that you wanted everybody to come who have made criticism, and I'm a big critic of yours, as well as a friend. So I felt the need to come and have this exchange with you. Okay. So my first question here, you mentioned that you supported President Bwaka based on experience, integrity, and policy. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Patriotism as well.
Okay. And patriotism. Okay. So when it comes to policy, my question is, what did you describe what Boca put out in the form of an acronym as a policy or as just an acronym for what you will be doing? Since that you base your decision, and what I listened earlier, that you listen to the policy. In the case of people like Dr. Moniba did not present a policy. So that's what I want you to clarify, because in my view, that's an acronym. The United Party did not put up any policy as to how they were going to govern. But this is what you base. In that same question, you also I don't recall you supporting anyone in the local elections, the senatorial elections and the legislative elections that were not part of the United Party. So if you're saying you supported Honorable Borka because he called you and you have this respect things, then why didn't you also, you're not a member of the United Party, the best of my recollections, then why you wouldn't say, all right, I would support President Borka, but maybe I will go to CDC or some of the other parties and support some of the other candidates as an activist, as you claim me to be. So that's my first question. I find that very conflicting to what you claim to stand for during your disposition.
So Mr. Jones, thanks for joining the show. This is a healthy exchange, and I'm going to respond to your two questions, starting with the last one. Before I could arrive at the decision of getting active in the politics of 2023, I had never supported publicly a presidential candidate before. That was my first time, 2023. So the decision to have joined President Boakai, former Vice President Boakai, like I said, was based on the fact that he had long-standing public service record and experience, integrity, and he demonstrated firm patriotism. So it was also my right, Mr. Jones, to not have supported representative candidates and senatorial candidates of the Unity Party. Get this right. I joined former vice president turned candidate for president in 2023 as an individual on a party's ticket. I was not supporting candidates of the Unity Party. I was supporting a candidate of the Unity Party. So how could I have supported representative candidates, senatorial candidates of the Unity Party when I did not believe that they could deliver? I believed that the vice president turned candidate at that time could deliver. And I picked him from amongst other candidates and said, look, you know why? Our people in Liberia, this is where we are going. This is our side. And these are reasons why this is our side. And those reasons would be my response to your second question.
I have one question for that.
Sorry?
That's my first question. They both.
Okay, it will be, so the reasons I'm about to provide will be my answer or response to your second question, to your first question, sorry. So you talk about policy, right? Now, I just want to correct something. I did not say Dr. Moniba's policy was not good or otherwise, right? I was only saying I do not vote for Kennedy or support Kennedy because you are young or because you are old. Age factor is not a justification for national leadership. No, it is not. So whether you are young, the last time we elected a young man, the country was en route to dystopia. We had to save it. So it is not about electing a young man or electing an old man. My preference is vision, plan, agenda for change. Our people deserve better. So let's go to the arrest agenda. Because you asked
Martin,
me,
can you make it a little, because we got a lot of other people. Can we make
so
it?
let me run, Mr. Jones. So I supported President Bouaka because he presented an agenda called arrest. ARREST. The first pillar of that agenda is agriculture. Agriculture. The reason why we are the way we are aid dependent, we are food insecure, because we cannot feed ourselves. The other day I made a proposal to the president. We import more than 400 million worth of rice in that country. Even though we have over 500,000 hectares of arable land, according to the FAO, Food Agriculture Organization of the UN. So why are we importing over 400 million worth of rice when we have arable land to grow our own food and even export surplus? What if we cut down on the 400 million? I'm not saying we should stop importing rice, because we don't have the capacity right now in terms of domestic production. However, we can roll out concrete agroeconomic policies to turn that story around. Because here is it, Mr. Jones. When you begin to grow your own food, when you begin to feed yourselves, you become self-reliant. Besides that, you open your markets. You create jobs for young people to work across regional farms. Besides that, your surplus is exported.
Martin, 1 second. Can I interject something quick, please? And just for in the interest of time, and Tommy, I hope you forgive me. I think that he asked a question based on why did you support Boycott? Because he said Boycott didn't give you a policy. Boycott gave you an acronym. Am I correct, Alex? What you were from
that is my question.
That was your question, right? What you were saying?
Yeah, that's so. Yeah, because
but I'm breaking down the policy to you now. I'm just on pillar number one.
But Martin, when you said
I don't think Martin understand the question.
Yeah,
okay, so
can you go over the question one more time for him?
Okay.
Because you said you gave him a proposal.
Okay.
You said you did a president a proposal.
Correct.
So go ahead,
So
Alex.
during the campaign, you are stating here that you looked at all the candidates, and President Bouaka or candidate Bouaka presented you the best policy. After the election, I did not see anything near close to what is a policy or manifesto. I saw an acronym. All of the candidates in Liberia have acronyms, okay? And some have even detailed policy. But you're saying that your decision was based on Bouaka. So I want you to tell us, where's that policy that you read to tell you how agriculture was going to be done, because that's a policy, how much we're going to be invested in the or education or the acronym? There was nothing presented.
How will you say that, Alex? So there was a website, right? I think Ben saw that. Madam Grace saw that. Probably you didn't see that, right? The arrest agenda and its corresponding pillars or thematic areas were clearly spelled out. What would be achieved under agriculture, right? How it would be achieved. I think the website is still available. So you can say, not because you didn't see it, it means it didn't exist or it doesn't still exist, right? I even ran a series of 10 parts on my page with different areas under each payload. So probably you didn't see it, but the policies were very clear, succinct, and to the point.
Okay.
If you want to go back, if we have the time, we can go back. I can send you the website. The document, the document is still available. We can discuss it if you want us to discuss it. We have the time.
Yeah, I would love to, because I would love to, because like I said, I would love to. If you do that in the essence of time would be great. So my last question here is about integrity. And then logical person, you're a very smart person. And a logical person who is part of an administration, whether elected or appointed, that sees corruption, that sees mismanagement, that sees embezzlement, after trying to correct it within, would leave like you did on the asset recovery team? You claim that President Barker had this integrity and that drove your decision. President Barker served for 12 years. Liberia on the index of corruption is one of the highest. Okay, I mean, we can go down the list. It's open secret. Embezzlement, nepotism, all those things existed in the regime for which President Barker served. So I want to ask you now, as an intellect, that base your decision on integrity, how would you call a former vice president that served in administration with all of the things that you accuse President George Weah of? Corruption, lack of integrity, lack of management that existed under the early administration. But yet, President Barker never, to the best of my knowledge, criticized any publicly, or he did not resign like you did. So how do you find this person to have integrity? That's my last question.
Okay, probably you didn't follow. I think the question you asked was asked by
that's what I was about to say. He did answer that question.
Okay. But Madam Grace in a different way. But let me just run through, right? So you see, Jones, governance is a big tent, right? Everybody is a player, and everybody plays different wing. So the vice president, this is not an excuse or a justification for President Boakai, right? Why he didn't resign since the alien-led government was corrupt, since Noka was looted, why he didn't speak out. But you see, we also have to understand that the vice president ran his own office. If you ask me a question about corruption in the office of the vice president when he served President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf for 12 years, then you have a case, you have a point why he didn't deal with it when he was the head of that office as vice president. The vice president is the president of the Senate, right? He works at the will and pleasure of the president, even though he's elected, right? Even though he's elected, but he takes instructions, directives from the president. So he can suggest, he can recommend. Okay. He who have resigned, I don't know why he didn't resign, right? I'm not here to...
Question. My question, Martin, I know what Grace asked, but my question to you, you were basing your decision on integrity.
So I beg you,
right? So don't you would you still call someone will you still say as an intelligent person now, this person has integrity, even though this person is serving? Yes, it's not a direct role to run the government, but they're serving within a group of people that is known that these people are corrupt, but they never resign. So kind of somebody is part of a gang, but they're not the head of a gang, right? But they stay in the gang. And then they say, no, I was not responsible to make decisions in the gang. But they could have resigned. They could have come out and say, you know what? That's what an integral person would be, in my opinion. Right. I just want to know if you share that same opinion.
So Martin, please take one minute, I beg you, and then we'll go to Alex.
It is easier said than done. You know, should we blame President Boakai for the looting of Noka? Right? There are different people working in government. When they steal, should we blame the vice president for that? Should we blame Vice President Kuhn because people are stealing everywhere in the government? If for example, if Vice President Kuhn quote unquote steals, then we have a strong case to make, right? But I just told you the position of the vice president. I don't want to say it is ceremonious, right? But he works under the president, right? So I'm not going to say he's corrupt or he should have left because the government was corrupt. He was playing his role, right? So we cannot judge. we cannot judge him on the basis of that. However, he's not blame free. I have said that many times.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Let's go to Toga, and then we'll go to Sylvester, and then to Robert, and then Dr. Pearson. And welcome, Lofa.
Thank you, Ben.
Toga, you're muted, please.
So quickly, Ben.
Yes, thank you.
I just got the policy of Vice President Barker in 2023. I'm sending it to St. Tomalin.
Please. Okay. Thank you.
The lineup here, like I told Jones.
Thank you.
You know, he can review it. Yeah.
Okay. In the group chat, please.
The policy was written after the election. That just be clear.
Yeah, but it's okay. Let move forward.
It was not. It was written before the election, before the campaign.
All right. Let's go ahead with Alex, please. We don't have a lot of time. Let it be.
Thank you, Martin. And I mean, I think Grace or Alex Jones says similarly. The reason I'm also here, I was almost 30 minutes away, and I had to run home to be on the show. It's simply because Martin was saying that there are some folks on this show who probably has accused him, and he thought it was the best opportunity to face off with them. Of course, yes, I'm one of those, Toka Alexander Biede, who has openly accused Martin that he's a complete contradiction of some of the things that he continues to make himself to appear like. And he's portraying those attributes right on the show tonight. For me, I'm not going to mince my words.
Guys,
you cannot have your cake, Martin.
We're hearing feedback from you. Okay, thank you. So mute yourself.
If you do not want to support the government, you come up clearly. You can't have your foot in the government one day and you want to take your foot out another day. You made this system. And by extension, you even coming out to say that a government does not involve the vice president. This is cynical to me. That you will come here and you say that the vice president, if Ellen's government was corrupt, it means the vice president is different. We should be talking about the office of... No, the vice president is not separate from the government. Even senators and representatives are not separate from the government, Martin.
But
you have to know that. I'm surprised.
Martin, Toga, ask your question.
No, please, Ben. Please, hold on 1 minute, please. You can't come to think you can intellectualize why you taking your feet from the government one way and why you think the vice president of the country was not involved. In fact, under Joseph Boakar's administration as leader of the Senate, 66 Booker's government were signed at the legislature. Are you saying the vice president was not involved, Martin? Are you saying the vice president does not sign on legal documents at the legislature? I mean, you're speaking to very enlightened people here. You think you can mislead us? You can mislead your people. You say you're an activist, but you call yourself Rescue Rambo for the government? Is that what advocates do? You say you were a Rescue Rambo for Boakar. You say Boakar was not corrupt, Martin. But before Boakar took office, he had asked his chief of staff to go and take $500,000 US from the NASCAR to buy SUVs that are currently in his convoy. And you say he's not corrupt. No, he's not. In fact, it does not have bearing on the vice president like Jeremiah Kuhn. You kidding me? This is the same Jeremiah Kuhn that rode the first private jet under the Boakar's administration. Today, that private jet that he rode, the owner of that private jet is now getting some contracts through LPRC, and I'm hearing other concession agreements expected to be awarded. You are giving up 20 police cars that are parading around Monrovia. You said nothing corrupt about that. And lastly, Grace, because I don't want to eat all the time. I got a lot of issues to load that for you, Martin. But lastly, Grace said the same thing. It's complete misconception for you to come here and say the arrest agenda was available. If the arrest agenda was available, I've just placed in the chat room that the government is about to spend millions of dollars with Elias Shioni and other people for them to put an arrest agenda together. Where did you see one? If they have one, why are they formulating one now? You know about it. I put it in the chat room because I don't want it to be here say that Biede went and looking for it. The government had just signed a new agreement to put the arrest agenda together. You only saw or heard arrest. Just in the acronym. They did not give any description. That's why they're putting it together now. If they had it, we all would have read it. The people that actually had these documents, like Grayson saying, money by heart, Kumi's heart, Bwaka had only arrest agenda. Nothing more than arrest agenda. That's why he's putting one together.
Okay, so let him respond now.
When you come dealing with very elected people, you can play us around, please. You can't.
Thank you, Alex. Let Martin respond, please, and then we go to Pee-wee.
No, let me come back again with a second.
No, wait, just wait. Let me respond now.
Well, why don't you put the two questions in
let
one?
Me come back.
Yeah.
But let me I just one day now. That one. I got a second one.
All right. So let him answer, please.
Yeah, I was invited on the show as a guest. I sat down listening to you. Not that I agree with you, but the rules of engagement is such that I should give you the opportunity to speak. So I did. So let me run some lines in what you said. Starting with the quote-unquote 68 Booker's concession agreement. This is most misconception. So let me give you the background of the audit report from Mo Stevens. So there was an audit conducted by the British firm, Mo Stevens. The findings from that audit report did not say 66 concession agreements were Booker's. So what did the audit report say? I can share a copy with you. The audit report was basically talking about compliance. So in Liberia, we have the Mineral Development Law of 2006. We have Mineral Development Agreement, and these laws should be in compliance with the Revenue Code of 2002. So basically, Mo Stevens came to do a compliance audit to know whether these agreements complied with the Revenue Code of 2002. 66 out of the 68 agreements did not comply with the Revenue Code of 2002. I could go in depth to provide a technical analysis. You see, when you come on the show, Toga, you should have the facts. You can't just be emotional about issues that matter, because a lot of people follow the show. So you can't just yell and say 68 Booker's concession agreement. Mo Stevens did not say that. Please, it is a misconception. And the second thing I want to say to you, Toga, is I am not defending Vice President Jeremiah Kun. I am not defending President Joseph Boakai. You talk about Grace Bay taking pension money for NASCOP. That's not my issue. We are discussing Boakai before the presidency. We have to put the discussion and debate in context. I'm talking about Boakai before becoming president. Right? Boakai was elected as president before Grace Bay went to NASCOP to take the money. We've condemned that. We've even called for the dismissal of Grace Bay. I'm on record for doing that. You know my disagreement with Grace Bay relative to him being corrupt and dishonest about the public service. So I am not here to discuss Boakai after becoming president. I'm discussing Boakai when I joined during the campaign to be president. Those are the questions I'm being asked. And Toga, so your entire outburst is a salvo of misconception. We have to be careful, right? I have listened to you a few times accusing me on the show. I'm here to respond to your questions, but please be factual. Please be factual, because I have the facts. So you have to be careful how you proceed. That's all.
Thank you. So let him do his follow up, and then we'll go to Pee-wee, and then.
So here's my follow up.
And please do it within 1 minute. I beg you.
Please.
Other people.
Sorry.
Yes.
So within 1 minute, Ben. It's clear. It's clear that you cannot divorce Grace Bay's action from that of Boakai. You can't. Grace Bay acted on Boakai's order. Let me tell you one of the reasons Benina Ure was even removed off the sanction list. Benina Ure was able to pull a document out that was clear. He acted on the instructions of Jack Taylor. there were documents, there were emails formed that had Benina Yue removed of sanction. Grace Pay does not act alone, Martin. He doesn't. He acted on behalf of Bwaka. So he's held responsible. Bwaka is held responsible for Grace Pay's action. You can't come here and say because you criticize Grace Pay, so it means Bwaka is all of that. Martin, this is what you need to do. You have to reach to a point where you come to realize. First of all, I also put in the chat room what even former Senator John Balu, at the time, I think he was still in the legislature, when he called for a complete cancellation of this Bukos agreement. And most of the bills that are passed in the legislature, especially from the Senate, are signed by the president before they cross the road to the president. You know that. So the president is not out of these issues. I mean, the president of the Senate is not out of this issue. The president of the Senate was Joseph Bwaka. You can't say there were 68 or 66 Bukos agreement and Bwaka not involved. Okay. You have to decide whether you want to stand with the Unity Party on one end or whether you want to stand as an activist. This is my issue with you. So what you're doing now, what you're doing now is to make it appear like you want to be independent one day and you want to be with the Unity Party another day. This is why you must disagree.
Thank you,
I got other issues, but maybe in the second round of questions, I will come and I will talk about some of the inconsistency from your CACC and where you have held other people accountable on some issues, and you come back and flip on other people and you did not hold them accountable on the Ami Boda issue. I got issue with that, and I will raise it later.
Thank you, Toga. Let Martin come in, please.
So Toga, I respect your issues, your concerns. It is your right to disagree with me always, any day. I will protect that right because we live on a democratic system. But here's the case, right? I have never said yet on this show that Bwaka been free for the time he served as Vice President under President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I have never said that. What I said here to Madam Grace was, look, in the context of legislative politics, Vice President does not have the right to vote except there's a tie. That was what I was saying. So during the time that Vice President Bwaka served for 12 years as President of the Senate, can you vividly recall when he broke a tie? Because when there are 15 senators on the left side and 15 senators on the right side, then it means the vote is tied. The president of the Senate, who is the vice president, should break that tie.
No,
so you are talking.
The president of the Senate signs on all engrossed bills that go to the president. That's why you must understand. The president of the Senate signs onto all engrossed bills that go to.
All right, guys. So
that is the law. You should know that law. Why you don't know that law? I'm surprised that you don't know the law.
No, but Toga,
you should be very enlightened about this law.
Okay, but Toga, y'all bring some
legal instrument that leaves the legislature. The president signs onto it. The president of the Senate. You don't know that,
Martin, 1 second, please.
Martin, you don't know that.
Toga,
what are you doing around here? You don't know that the president of the Senate signs onto every engrossed bill of the legislature. You don't know that.
Toga, you gotta. Okay, Toga,
Martin wants to mislead the public. He knows the law. Why is he ignoring the law? The law is clear. Martin, you don't know that every engrossed bill of the legislature, the president of the Senate signs.
I'm in flight.
No, you don't know that.
But Toga, let him respond. Toga, you cannot. You interrupted him. He's the guest. Let him respond.
Toga, let him respond.
Yeah.
Toga, let him respond because he didn't address the policy thing too that you.
And Martin mislead the public that he doesn't know the law because the president can't vote at that time because the president can't no. The vice president of the Senate,
Toga, it's okay. It's okay to give it to him. Toga, give him time to talk. Let him talk. Toga, let him talk. Let him talk. That's why you see. That's why this questions.
This show is a professional show. There are a lot of panelists on. The show is widely listened to. You are one of the panelists. You've invited me as a guest. You asked a question. I'm still in flight. So how can you say you don't know this, you don't know that, or I'm still speaking. It is your right to disagree with me. But when you speak, then I speak. That's intellectual discourse. But if I'm speaking and you interrupt, then where are we going? So I'm telling you, I was just speaking on the issue of the tie breaking, right? I did not tell you that the vice president cannot sign. Even on the budget, vice president signs, right? So I'm not going to, but the signing of the vice president is after a vote is taken. Two-thirds majority can make a decision. And when that decision is made, then people have to sign, including the vice president, the president, and others have to sign. The clerk of the Senate, all of them sign. So my appearance tonight is not for us to confront each other in a combative manner, but for us to discuss and disagree. At the end of the day, we find a common ground on the basis of the thesis and the antithesis. So what I'm telling you, Toga, I'm not here to defend President Bouaka. You're talking about my 1-4 inside, my 1-4 outside. That's a wild claim. I'm an activist. You don't expect me to be like you. You are a politician. You are a journalist. I don't know whether you are a politician. I can't make that claim, but I know you to be a journalist, right? So I can accuse you of your 1-4 being inside or 1-4 being outside when I don't have the facts. I have said to you, look, I supported President Bouaka. I serve as chairman on research and policy response. I was sitting right here in ESA. I was never on the ground. I was the only person in ESA that I was controlling an entire committee. And the president depended on me to protect his reputation against smear campaigns. And I did that today he's president. But what I'm saying is, I am disagreeing with the president today because he has deviated from the original plan. And you have seen my disagreement consistently with the president on many issues, including making his assets public. So I am not supporting the president. You talk about Graceful going to NASCOP to take the people's pension money to buy vehicles. I don't know whether he was instructed by the president or not. I can't say what I don't know, Mr. Biede. I can't do that because I believe in the facts, right? Graceful who have used his power. Mind you, before the president could come to power, that decision was made. There was a transitional team set up, right? A transitional team from President Bouaka's side, a transitional team from former President George Weah's side. So a transitional team at that time decided to write a letter to NASCOP to get some money and buy a car for guests coming in the country. Am I accusing President Bouaka of making that decision? No. I'm accusing Graceful because his signature is on the document. This is why we are saying to President Bouaka, this man broke the law. He has got no authority to go to NASCOP and take pension money to buy a car. That's a violation of the law. In fact, it violates the 2009 Public Financial Management Law. We quoted the provision and called on President Bouaka to dismiss him. That was our position on the issue. So to come here, Mr. Biede there, and accuse me of my 1-4 being inside, my 1-4 being outside, then you must bring the facts.
Thank you.
You must bring the facts.
Thank you, Martin. Let get Pee-wee involved, and then we guys, let's please, because there's still 4 persons who haven't uttered a word yet. Please let's stay within the time frame. We don't like to time people on the show, but let's try to do better. Pee-wee?
Yeah, the way the 2 other people, I think I would try to do that.
Yes, please. I beg you, Pee-wee. Thank you.
But quickly, let me say to you, Comrade Mountain.
Toga not coming by in the second round. I'm just joking.
A wonderful good evening to you from somewhere in the world. I mean, we all got the same level. We moved through the University of Liberia and pushed things around. But again, there's a lot of things that have been going through first and foremost before I moved to the process about the whole policy agenda. That was fiasco at the beginning. There was absolutely no policy statement. There was no policy implementation process. There was no policy evaluation agenda. And I know that in terms of the structure of major policy decision making moving forward. You were very vehement in terms of how you move on other people, in terms of that and the rest of that in the need of activism. We have 4 kinds of activism, basically. We have the citizen type of activism. We have what we would call rebel, those that are going to bush to fight war and remove government. They have those. We have the change agent, and we also have the reformers. I don't know which category. I would love for you to tell us which category do you find yourself. Are you a political activist aligned to a particular political individual. Because if you are moving in the process of saying you are agent to transform the country, you will have been balanced and just push for general advocacy. But you went and you refer to yourself as a rumble of a particular institution. I thought that was some level of serious contradiction in terms of supporting one basic political institution that you want to stand as this independent man standing there and trying to fight for the rest of the folks.
Thank you.
Quickly, Ben. I'm not going to be long. I'm not going to be back and forth on this.
Sorry.
Just the other point I want to strike.
Hey, man, gonna lay a premise.
There's this issue about you talk about the vice president.
You are moderating and nobody did. I didn't know you.
You talk about the vice president don't have the right or the powers to vote on the rest of that Senate. Do you know that our Constitution provides that the vice president will have to review the agenda of the Liberian Senate before he gets on the platform? Do you know this? That the vice president is the individual that approves every agenda that will have to come on the Liberian Senate before it is pushed to the secretary of this honorable Senate. And as a matter of fact, your current vice president even reminded the pro tem recently that his job being usurped by the pro tem and the secretary of the Liberian Senate. This current vice president, he cited constitutional provision contrary to what you're saying that the vice president cannot do so much. No, let me remind you, my dear brother, that the vice president does a lot in the Liberian Senate to ensure that policy processes are protected on behalf of the people of Liberia. So I thought to go to those areas first and foremost, so we can balance how we intend to push the country. We need to leave on this partisan approach, this individual partisan approach, and seek the national approach. Because we may reveal our political interests, but we should love our country. And that's why I took a great note yesterday from the president of this country. He said he revealed the Oval Office, but he loved America more. So we all should desist from this individual and self-aggrandizement in terms of partisan approach and nationalism.
Thank you,
That's the whole process I have. But we want to move the program. I don't want Ben to hold my phone to the wall.
Yeah, but people, you've been talking. I'm
holding Ben. I'm resting now. I'm resting.
Yeah.
I thought to do this, and because we have others to come in, and Rabbi is relaxed to come in also. And let me close here by saying, wonderful good evening again, my dear comrade. We all from the Great Vanguard Student Education Party, and there's another form of meeting and interacting again. So thank you for coming by. Just thought to remind you on some of those things.
Go ahead.
Thanks, former Minister Peabody.
And Martin, can you when you answer, please address where Rescue Rambo, where that name came from? Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
And Ben, is good that the former minister raised it. So I'm going to address that. I like the fact that the minister raised the issue of legality, even though he did not cite the specific provision either in the Constitution or the standing rules of the Senate. Right. I hoped he would cite it. Because when you're providing these
Rule 24, go to Liberian Senate Rules 24, Section 2.6. Go to Liberian Senate the rules. I may not be exact in quoting the rules and mounting, but it's not an issue about quoting the exact rules. I'm just saying to you that's the rule. I stand to be corrected, but that's the rule I just quoted to you. But I will hope at this time you answer the question instead of focus on the rule. We'll take another day to focus on the exact portion of the rule.
Yeah.
But it's in the rules of the Honorable Liberian Senate.
It's understandable. It's understandable. Yes. But here is it. Your first question: whether I'm political activist, correct?
Yeah. What are you?
Which type of activist you are?
Citizen activist, rebel. The agent of transformation, or just we have 4 types of activism. Which category do you fall in?
So I am not a rebel. I am not a rebel. I told you previously on the show, I do not oppose the government. I am not an opposition to the government. Okay. Right. I can only disagree fundamentally with the policies and actions of the government. So I am not a rebel. Right. I am an agent of change, right? I am a reformist, right? I am more on the side of structural reforms because until we can institute structural reforms in Liberia, whether in the economy, in the political system of our country, in the social structure or spectrum of our country, we ain't going anywhere in our country. there's a need for structural reform. I'm a reformist. I've always said this, right? So I hope your first question is answered. So on the issue of the vice president, my issue, you see, you want to blame the vice president for action of the president and all. We can't do that, former Minister Peabody. We can't do that. You're talking about the vice president approves the agenda of the Senate. On what basis? Which law says that? Right. The power of the vice president is limited, even at the level of the Senate. Even as vice president, his power is limited. Go to the Constitution. Go and see the power of the vice president. He represents the president where the president wants him to represent him. You know? So the limitation of that office, right, gives Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, right, the opportunity to scapegoat sometimes. Because the thing is, when the Senate takes a decision, it's based on tutelle. And the vice president is not a part of that tutelle. He can advise, he can suggest, he can recommend. The vice president can even initiate his own bill. But he is not a decision maker. I would like to say he's a de facto decision maker. Somebody said, I said the vice president doesn't vote. I didn't say that. The vice president does vote. But he can only vote when there's a tie. I keep saying it. I didn't say the vice president cannot vote. Let's be clear on the show, because a lot of people are following, and the facts must be said. The vice president can vote. He can vote when there's a tie. If an issue is placed on the floor, 15 senators vote on one side, other 15 senators vote on the other side, the vice president can break that tie. That's what I said. So if you want to make the vice president as powerful as you think former Minister Peabody, then Vice President Joe Howard Taylor, who have been, why did she complain? Why did she complain? Right? So why the Vice President Joseph Boakai even complain as being a packer? So it is easily said than done. Where you said it is easily said than done. But if you get in that role now, former Minister Peabody, it is a whole different story. You take orders. I keep saying it. Even the Vice President of the United States of America, she takes orders from Joe Biden. She doesn't do anything without the acquiescence or approval of Joe Biden. That's the law. That's the chief executive of the country. He has excessive power. Probably, like I said, we need to look at our constitution again. The president has too much power to an extent that he controls the vice president and decides where the vice president goes. So we have to look at that constitution again. And thank God you are the chairman of the neo-progressives. There's a need for a national constitutional debate.
So let's go to Rescue Rambo, please. We got to get other people.
So on the issue of Rescue Rambo, right? Ben, I want to be honest because the madam is on the show. Yeah. So let me be honest. Yeah. So I didn't give myself Rescue Rambo name, right? I want to be fair. They gave me the name because, and the reason why they gave me this name, I want to be frank on the show, right? Mm-hmm. So during the heat of the campaign ban, I had to manage a lot for the president. Otherwise, they would have destroyed him. Right. The president called me several times. In fact, the president and I used to talk regularly. At that time, he was not president. Mm-hmm. He was former vice president candidate Joseph Boakai. Right. So we talk regularly. He took me as his son. I saw him as a father. He's still a father. And I want to make that notation very clear before I'm misconstrued. So he called me several times. For example, one time he was firing from the legs of Brother Costa, Ase Jackson, Tilia Ure, Seth Jackson, and I was sleeping, and the president phoned me that this is the last attack. We have to cross this, and I'm depending on you. I want to be clear here, you know. So we had to continue those attacks. That was my work. That was the mandate given.
So it was a Rambo approach to contain.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. But let's get Dr.
Yeah, accepted the name. So
No, Ben.
Was it you first, right, Robert? Sorry. And then sorry.
Yeah, he accepted it. He used it on his page.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Let's go to Robert, and then we'll come to Doc.
Thank you. Listen, welcome to the show, Martin, and it's great to have you.
And I want the person who disagree with you yet. He said he was waiting for you. So
it's great to have you on. And by the way, I'm only on because you
got
are
a challenge.
and so I needed to interact with you. But without due respect, I've got to say I've listened to you. I've listened to your response to the questions, particularly as it relates to why did you support Joseph Boakai. And I've got to say that from all indications, you seem either confused as to why you supported Joseph Boakai, and or conflicted, or perhaps embarrassed. I don't know which it is, right? But you have not explicitly, right, constructed any sentence that is logically reasoning as to your support for Joseph Boakai. You talked about the only candidate to have an agenda that we question and we ask to see during elections. We were on these radios during elections. We asked for websites during the elections to peruse these agenda in detail, and we could not. Right? And so I maybe on another show you are able to better articulate why you truly supported Joseph Boakai. But I want to focus on this change, right? You're an activist and then you're a reformist, right? A reformist in little man term basically promotes or advocates for structural changes in for whatever reason, right? They try to change systems, right? Let me ask you this. Joseph Boakai have been in public service for over 40-something years. So Joseph Boakai's record is not hidden. Now, I will understand if you didn't know too much about Dr. Clarence Monova, for instance. I will understand if you needed more information on Alice Cummings, for instance, right? But no one needs information on Joseph Boakai, just like Joe Biden. These guys have been in public service for decades. And I want to give you an opportunity to perhaps maybe save yourself here, right? In my first question. I want you to state, outside of the arrest, have Joseph Boakai satisfied you as an activist and as a reformist in his outcome of productivity in previous positions served? I want you to name me one thing that influenced your decision when it came to Joseph Boakai's previous role, since we're talking about his agenda before he became president. Tell me one thing. And I want you to focus on as he was when he was our agriculture minister. What is one thing? What one impact he's made in his previous role before he even became vice president that influenced your decision to support it?
Okay, thank you. So before responding to your question, I think you made some real wild claims without fights. You know, talking about me being conflicted. How? You didn't state. On what basis am I being confused? You know.
Because you have not given a clear answer as to why you supported Joseph Boakai.
No, but I will not answer to satisfy your curiosity. Right? I'm answering for the general public. So if my responses do not satisfy what you want or your desire, it's up to you. You know, you have every right to disagree, but using these hard words with all fights is unfair as a panelist. You know, you're a panelist of the show. If you want to accuse me of being conflicted or confused, you should provide facts, you know, and not use red herring to undermine the integrity of the show. So yes, my response to you. On the first issue about why I supported Boakai, I stated the reasons very clearly. before coming to the arrest agenda. Number one, I talk about integrity. This is a man who has no record absolutely, of pillaging a dime from public coffers for the last 40 years or 40 plus years he served in office. Probably you want to give me the facts. He served in office for 40 plus years. Show me where did he steal. He served at LPMC. He served as a Minister of Agriculture. He served as consultant even of the World Bank. Show me where one day in his life he took a penny and people said Joseph Boakai stole this from here. Here's the record. Show me where. So for me, I don't support people because of your name or because of your age. I look at your record, your track record. Your track record informs me about who you are, the values you stand for, what you bring to the table as a candidate. So on the issue of corruption, I don't want to say he's 100% perfect, but he has got no record of being stinged. That's number one. That's why I supported him. So on the issue of agriculture, he served as Minister of Agriculture in the 80s, specifically around 1984. That was during the administration of former President Samuel Kanyando, right? Do you remember a policy called the Green Revolution? I want to take you back to the Green Revolution. We have to discuss with facts and rubber. We don't just throw things around. So I can send you that document, right? It is an agroeconomic policy engendered under the administration of Vice President Joseph Boakai to lead agroeconomic growth. You used to hear about the bread basket, right? The bread basket of Liberia. Lofa, you're talking about Bon, you're talking about Nimba, right? During those times, Vice President Joseph Boakai drove those initiatives. How did he become consultant of the World Bank if he never made impact? How did he become head of LPMC? Go and look at the history of LPMC under Joseph Boakai. Go and ask workers of LPRC when he became managing director. I wrote a 5-page analysis of his achievements. I'm going to share with the show tonight to highlight some of those achievements. I did not support Boakai just because he named Boakai. I did not do that. Go and look at his public service record at the LPRC, the transformation he led. LPMC, go and look at his record at the Liberia Marketing Association. You think I just got up one day and say I'm supporting Boakai because he's an old man or because he named Boakai? You're talking about the policy. I'm going to send you this policy. You have here, a policy is in my possession of over 88 pages. The arrest policy you're talking about, you need to read what is in it. You need to read about what is under payroll agriculture, what is under the rule of law, what is under rule, what is under education, what is under tourism and sanitation. You need to read. This is an 88-page policy, 88 pages. Probably you didn't have the opportunity to read it. So you just come on the show without being informed about what's in it. I'm not blaming you for that because you are not aware and you are speaking unaware, which is very dangerous on an intellectual platform. So we have to say to you, Robert, right? The public service record of this man is an open book. Why are you not reading it? You think we just jump on the rescue because we wanted to jump
on our public sector record? I have information. I can completely
then I will join the show later, man. I just have to tell you something. I will come out of the show.
The public sector record. Can I provide that information?
But
okay, because you say there is nowhere to be that Boakai has ever been corrupt. I can disprove that right now.
Toga, 1 second.
I can disprove that.
Yeah, Toga, hold on 1 second.
And I would disprove that. I would disprove that based on a post of Darius Dillon. Based on a post of Darius Dillon. Not only
Okay, guys.
Ben,
1 second.
I will leave the show with Toga. He asked Martin to please put the policy he's talking about in the group chat because he mentioned something that he.
I just put it in the chat room. Can you put that up to see the record of Boakai?
Right. You will send it to him, Toga, but please wait. Toga, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Toga,
Let a man, that Robert questioning. that Robert
I just sent
it.
it.
Finish, and then Robert will finish his question, and then we'll have time for you to
can
go
put in the
ahead
group
and-
chat. Right in the group chat so everybody can read it.
Chairman Sanvee, I think I was invited as a guest.
Yeah.
But if Brother Toga wants to be the guest, then I can play the role of a panelist.
No. Don't worry about that. You are the part against the
Ben, you should correct the correct him on that statement.
He said Blacker has no record. It's a lie.
You can do this.
It's a lie.
You're disrupting the show.
Let them do that, man.
Toga.
I just put Blacker's record in the chat.
Toga. You had your opportunity to ask questions. You will have a chance
on the show, and somebody can mislead
Oh, wait, now,
and
wait.
letter will say on the show we agree.
Toga.
You will have
a chance to respond.
Then we'll be on the show and Martin can lie to us and we agree.
No, it's not about that. No, but Toga, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about that, Toga. Toga, it's not about that. Right now, what you doing? You got us for the last 5 minutes. Toga, you got us for the last 5 minutes. You got us for the last 5 minutes deviating from the show.
Public service record is not treated at all. It's a lie.
Toga, you will have a chance to come back and respond. You will have a chance to come back and respond.
Toga, it's okay.
Guys,
Toga,
guys.
you have a second term. Toga, you have a second term to address Martin. Just hold on 1 second. You have a second term.
Here's my suggestion. Here's my suggestion.
You're taking away.
You're lying to us.
Toga,
and we might not think about it when he's lying.
Okay, guys.
You're taking away from Robert. You're taking away from Robert time. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It's okay. It's okay. Toga, you have yes.
Lofa, can you please wait 1 second? 1 second, Lofa. Thank you. 1 second. Toga. Robert is the one who asked his question. Let Martin finish. Let Robert finish his question. We'll give you a chance to come and interject with the information you have. Plain and simple. Okay. There's no reason why you should go back and forth and 5-10 minutes of that time. Yes.
That's my suggestion, right?
Yeah.
Probably Toga wants a debate. We can turn the show around and we debate two of us about some of the.
No. That's not what happening. That's not what we're doing. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Let Martin finish his thought. I think you were finished, right? And let's go to Robert for his follow-up.
I was saying to Robert, and probably Toga needs to understand this, right? Once again, I'm not here to defend President Bouaka. I have my own disagreements with the government. Probably we will get there, and I will state some of my disagreements. The government has been in power for the last 6 months. I have some disagreements, and I've expressed those disagreements publicly. But if you want me to say President Bouaka is corrupt or was corrupt before I joined him, I'm not going to say that because I don't have the proof. If Toga has the proof that this man's record is tainted, we are on the show. Give your proof to Tomalin. He will upload, and we see the document that states Bouaka was corrupt or he's corrupt. I'm not going to say something that I don't know because it has legal implications. Okay. I did not come on the show to malign any politician, whether Bouaka, Cummings, Gonglo, or anybody. If I don't have the facts, I will not say anything that I don't have the facts for. That's why, for me, I believe in the facts. So probably Toga has the facts that this man's record is tainted. He would like to upload the facts so we can see. No problem.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Let Robert finish. We'll give Toga the opportunity to come in with whatever information he has. Go ahead, Robert.
And because you are the guest, and I'm trying to be disciplined, measure with you, right? But like Toga said, you're not dealing with fools here, you know? You're not dealing with idiots here. You've mentioned facts every time you responded to a guest, but you've not stated a single fact yet. You've made excuses. You want 1 minute you're not defending the president, but in fact that's exactly what you were doing by mentioning that the vice presidency is limited. So you can somehow blame the president. But guess what? The vice president cannot have his cake and eat it too. The vice president largely ran on a lot of successes of the Ellen Johnson administration. And this is a no-brainer. If you must take the successes, then you must also, as an intellectual and honest person, respect and take the failures as well. Joseph Boakai was vice president under one of the most corrupt administrations in the history of our country. And in as much as you want to argue that vice presidents have limitations, they go by the instructions of the president. If Ellen Johnson Sirleaf instructed Joseph Boakai to jump over a bridge, are you telling us that Joseph Boakai constitutionally should jump over a bridge? Joseph Boakai had choices. Morally, he had choices. Constitutionally, he had choices. Joseph Boakai could have resigned. Joseph Boakai in 2011 could have said, you know what? This administration does not reflect my values, my core values, and as such, I'm not going to run. He ran with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf for 12 years. And so this whole thing that you're doing over here about, the presidency is limited, the president is this, he had choices and he made his choices. You have not given a single fact with regards to why you supported Joseph Boakai. I've listened to you, my friend, and I want to be very respectful. This is an intellectual dialogue. But you've not given a single fact. You've not explicitly articulated logically why you supported Joseph Boakai. You talked about change. I can name you candidates in the race without you knowing what the policies were that reflected change. They were in the race. What did you do as a reformist? You went for a guy who's been in public service for over 40 years, and I asked you to name me a single policy. You talked about the bread basket. What impact nationally did those policies made in our country? And today, after decades, we're still talking with dependent on rice. After decades and after 6 months, the president who's supposed to be this guy who understands agriculture does not have a plan and have not put forth a plan to address this rice crisis once and for all.
So Robert, because time, ask the question now. Because of time now.
1 second, I will ask the question. I know, Tomalin, just give me 1 minute. I'll be done in 1 minute. So again, when you come on this platform, these are not jokers here. We're not fools. You've got to come straight. The fact of the matter is, Martin, you're a smart guy, and I respect that. But you've got to be upfront with the people. You made a bad choice. Like Joseph Boakai, you made a terrible choice here. Because anyone looking out in could see that Joseph Boakai did not represent change. And if CDC was not the change that we needed, we had alternative. Unity Party and Joseph Boakai were not the alternative. But listen, let's speak about transparency. I want to ask you this. You lived in exile for many years. And according to you, you went into exile because you were in fear of your life of this administration. Well, look, this administration is no longer in power. CDC has left. You've been in exile. You graduated. Congratulations to you. And I don't know what you do for a living. No, I'm definitely proud of what you've done academically. But recently, you shared a humongous, a really big house and a project in Liberia. I don't know what you do for a living. Can you explain to me or the other panelists here, how do you earn your living? And where did you get that money from? Because you were still in school. Where did you get that money from to be able to construct such a big house in Liberia? And do you think that you did yourself a disservice and the country a disservice by accepting to be on a committee, a serious committee that required men and women of experts in that committee? Did you think you did yourself and this country a disservice for you to have accepted that position without the requisite expertise? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I will start with the last question, Brother Robert. And thanks for sharing your thoughts and your opinions. I respect you for that. And this is how the conversation should be. Let's respect each other. Let's share our opinion, whether those opinions are diverse. Right. I know you supported the ANC political leader. Am I correct?
No, that's unfactual. I've never supported any political presidential candidate. I'm not a member of any party. I've never supported anyone. So that's unfactual.
Okay, I was just asking a question. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're not. You're wrong.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
But you see, you are asking why I joined the assets recovery team without quote unquote expertise. Do you know my expertise? Or is it because I don't come running to Facebook about my expertise?
Can you respond?
I think that was the question he posed,
That's
though.
the question. Can you
That's the
respond?
question he asked. What is it?
No, I'm just being rhetorical, right? I'm just being hypothetical and rhetorical, but I'm going to answer the question now. So I graduated from the University of Liberia, cum laude in economics and political science. So when I came to SI, I pursued higher education in economics of development with specialization in econometric analysis. So what does assets recovery requires? Number one, you need someone with a strong research background. Very strong research background. There are different categories of research in the area of assets recovery, whether open source, DEX, or whatever. But most of the research done in assets recovery is qualitative. And I did econometric analysis, which has got to do with both qualitative and quantitative. Besides the research portion, right? Besides the research portion, I have a strong foundation in data analysis. I analyze a lot of data and produce logical conclusions and findings on different issues. So when President Bouaka called me to join the assets recovery team, he was looking at my ability to research and analyze. He was looking at my ability to profile cases, because when you are on an assets recovery team, you have to profile cases. There are different stages of the assets recovery. You must first identify the assets before you can recover. So I have been involved with investigating a lot of these illicit assets in Liberia, not only under the government of former President George Weah, but also under the government of former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I have documents. I have a dossier of documents, including bank accounts, pictorials of physical assets, including properties. So I was not just placed on the assets recovery team as an inexperienced member. Education-wise, I have the experience. Technical-wise, I have the experience. Reporting-wise, because when you do assets recovery, you need to report. You need to do reports. I do a lot of technical report, even where I am. I will not come on Facebook and tell you everything I'm doing. I do consultancy for a lot of institutions. I just had another consultancy with an international organization in Dakar, Senegal. I sat right here and did my job for more than 1 year. I uploaded pieces of evidence the other day when you and others challenged how I managed to build a house. So on the side of assets recovery, I hope I've explicitly clarified my expertise. If you want to challenge my expertise on the issue of assets recovery, we can have a debate on it. So,
well then, Martin, when you said not to cut you off, but what you said that your expertise fell flat because the assets recovery team is dead on the rubber, right? I mean, you guys have done pretty much nothing. So would you say that you contributed to that?
With you, okay. Because I told you why I left the assets recovery in a 3-page letter. I did not leave the assets recovery because we did not have the capacity to produce results. I left the assets recovery, number one, because the leadership of the assets recovery is corrupt. I gave you an instance, Robert. We received over 700,000. One morning, the chairman informed us that he had entered an agreement with a quote-unquote client of over 300,000 for office rental and other things, without discussion, without approval, because the assets recovery committee is like a commission, a board of commission. All of us have equal rights, except that somebody must serve as the chairman. That's the exception. Because you are the chairman does not mean or connote that you can take unilateral decision without consultation, consensus, and acquiescence of the entire membership or the majority of the membership. That was one of the fundamental problems I had with the leadership of the asset recovery. I gave you another instance. How can you spend over 9,800 on a billboard? Do we need billboard before we recover assets? They mounted up like 3 billboards, 9,800, 9,800. And I'm talking about every month we pay 9,800. Does that make sense to you? So I raised this issue with the president, and my issues were not addressed. I wrote 3 different letters. So my assets from the Assets Recovery Task Force were never on the basis of inexperience or non-qualification. I'm qualified. I have a solid master's degree. You want to put that to test, we can do it on the show if you want to put that to test. I'm up to the task, even if I'm sleeping. So I am telling you, I have the expertise. I have a strong background in research, whether qualitative or quantitative, right? And besides that, assets recovery does not require qualitative, quantitative research. That just open source research or DEX research to analyze some of these pieces of evidence or news periodicals or reports to have traces or corroboration. So I am telling you, I'm qualified. And let me say this on the show. If President Bouaka can give me 2 weeks, I will recover more than 10 million worth of assets because I have bank accounts and documents.
Okay.
Just 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks.
But Ben, can he answer where he got the money from to build the house? That's what I wanted to know.
So on the issue of my properties, Robert, this is my personal issue, right? This is my personal. I'm not answerable to you or anyone, but
I agree.
But I'm an activist. I'm going to respond for the sake of the people. I have clarified before. The documents are on my page, but you used to read those things. So I'm going to say it again. So before I came to SI, I worked for the United Nations. I worked for the United Nations. Now as an ordinary staff, I will not come on Facebook running around and saying all these things. I work as a national staff of the United Nations. I can give you my ID number. You check the system, you'll see my record. I worked for the UNDP. I worked for the UNHCR. I've worked as even national volunteer. Besides working as national volunteer, I serve as field protection assistant of the United Nations. I travel many places. So before the property you saw on Facebook, before I could build that, I already had properties that were bringing in revenue as well. Before I could leave Liberia, I had properties, and I can show you documents to prove receipts of rental payments. Do I say all these things on Facebook, Robert? When I came to SI, right, because I fled the country in 2019. I spent 2 years in Africa between Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Uganda before I had the opportunity to come to school in Europe. When I came here, let me explain the system to you. You can be a student here and working at the same time. Maybe you don't know. The policy here is such that you can be going to school, have job, part-time job, and making a lot of money. You can be here going to school and also establish something called proprietorship, small, medium-term enterprise. As a student, even as a foreign student, that's the policy here. So to answer your question, I have a business here running, and if you want me to pull on, I just got payment for an invoice I submitted as a result of my services rendered to a firm in the Netherlands. So I worked 2 weeks and I got almost like 2,000. Yeah, I can pull up the invoice and you'll see the payment on it and all the records. Do I need to tell you this, Robert? I don't need to tell you because I don't run around flying my own cat. And as a matter of fact, I'm being 6 more of what you saw. And the day you ask me, I'll provide evidence because I'm in Liberia. My heart is not here. I want to go back home. But what do I do back home as a patriotic Liberian? I just established a business in Liberia. Are you aware? A consulting group, a newspaper. We spent like 4 months. Do you know how much we have generated from contracts awarded? Do I need to tell you all of these things, Robert?
Thank you.
I have 11 Liberians that have received their pay consistently, and they make far above the minimum wage. Do I need to? I have employed 11 Liberians.
Thank you so much. Please come back. We got more to discuss. Please come back. Come back next week. I'll pay for another show. Come back and let's discuss more, please.
Discuss what now? What do we have to discuss?
We have a lot.
Can we get Dr. Pearson to come in, please? Because he's been very patient.
I don't need to explain my private life to you because you haven't done that to me as well.
No, not your private life. I'm talking about something else. I just asked that question because you were one of those asking folks to put out their how you call it thing? I just lost my train of thought. But as a public figure yourself, asking folks to be transparent. A lot of folks did not know that you work, and they were wondering where you got the money from to build the house. That was the purpose of that question. But I appreciate you for responding to that.
Thank you, Robert. Dr. Pearson, can you come in, please?
Yeah, thank you, Ben. Can you hear me, Chairman Ben?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
I want to say thank you for having me on the show tonight. Thanks to the esteemed panelists for having me. The closing argument team. Tomalin, thanks for connecting me. All right. I want to start off. I don't know if I have a lot of time, but I want to start off by commending Martin. When I was writing my master's at the University of Liberia, Martin was strong activist in Liberia. They're pushing the agenda for Liberia when it comes among the young people. I will begin by just saying congratulations. I know you are amongst the generation of Liberians that our entire future was endangered. Yet and still were resilient, and we were able to pivot, and come back and bounce back despite the challenges that our predecessors, those guys who came before us and came after us, tried to put before us. And I want to commend you for the level of achievements you've made. However, I just want to clarify a couple of things before I ask you my question, because I really would like to. I came on because I really wanted to respond to something I got passionate on my mind. There is a difference between a political manifesto and a policy document in politics. So a political manifesto, like we saw the arrest agenda, projects the party vision, the party principles, and the broad agenda, the broad goal of the party coming to an election. However, a policy document, on the other hand, provides detailed plans, guidelines, and steps to implementation of those plans, with even cost and the resources and how they're going to generate the resources to meet those plans. And that's the reason why President Boyka is currently hiring the services of one of my very close friend, childhood friend also, Shannon, to develop some programs in that direction as well. And they call it the inclusive development agenda for Liberia, which I disagree when it comes to inclusivity and how the actions are contradicting that idea. But again, when it comes to the issue you mentioned about Vice President Boyka, and I'm going somewhere with this, you mentioned that we shouldn't hold President Boyka accountable for his service to the country as Vice President, because he only served in a ceremonial position, wherein our Constitution does not provide for active function of the Vice President. He functions at the will of the President. But for the sake of our listeners out there, and for Chairman Ben, who is very meticulous when it comes to technicality in politics, we know we usually try to follow the United States of America. I want to say this on record. Maybe for the first time you're going to be hearing this, and I hope it serves you some purpose. There is a very important reason why vice presidents are picked by the president. And the reason for that is that the vice president must have endorsed the policies, the integrated standard, the values, and everything of the president to agree to serve as the vice president of the president, because whatever the president does rubs off on the vice president as a fundamental part of what they believe. And so in the history of the United States of America that we so much favor and love, in 1832, you can note this down, Vice President John C. Calhoun, all right, in 1832, under the presidency of Andrew Jackson, resigned on policy issue. He resigned. He stepped down as Vice President of the United States of America on policy issue. And the reason he stepped down was that he and Andrew Jackson did not agree on states' rights and the issue of notification of crisis. They had this serious difference, and the guy said, listen, if I'm going to be your vice president, I'm your vice president because I believe in what you stand for, and if you're deviating from my fundamental understanding and belief, I will recuse myself from the presidency and your campaign and step back. And and that's where we come in to say a President Boycott, who claimed that Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf had him as a packer, and that she squandered opportunities, and that she failed in many areas that he couldn't even identify with her in many instances, then he should have been man enough like you, right? Man enough like you, and step aside, because you got something that you want to protect. And having said that, Martin, I see you putting your whole integrity that you fought for to earn over the years down for President Boycott. Let me say this to you, Martin. When the light is not on in the kitchen, don't argue that there's no roaches in the cupboards. President Boycott served in administrations that did not have an open government, that did not have an open budget, that did not have an open political space like you myself have today. President Boycott cannot.
What's the question now? The time, but
yeah, come in there. The President Boycott cannot point us to fundamental audit reports that you can refer to and say these audit reports vindicate me from corruption in Liberia. So my concern to you is that, you know, we have the constitutional rights to affiliate with political parties and also to disassociate from them. But you see, Martin, you have to own up to the mistake you made by being misled by the Boycott administration. And I say this because you yourself have demonstrated over and over that you have seen the ineptitude of this government. You have seen the betrayal of your trust, your confidence, not only in a small way, in big ways that made you feel very uncomfortable and you withdrew. As a revolutionist, as a progressive, are you willing to tell the Liberian people, you know, listen, I was misled by what I thought I saw in President Boycott and his agenda, or maybe the manifesto has some promise, but I mean the leadership is lacking on the part of President Boycott. And I step back. I want to apologize to the Liberian people for giving them the product of my advocacy, the product of my campaign. And that today we are where we are. Can you boldly tell the Liberian people that you take responsibility and you apologize? You made a mistake.
Thank you, Doc.
Martin? Thank you, Dr. Pearson, and it's good that you are on the show. I respect your thoughts, your opinions. You've added flavor to the conversation with the question just asked. So yes, my bold response. I was never misled. I'm not misled. I have nothing to apologize for. We had a responsibility at that time to redeem our country, because the country was at the verge of disaster. Like I said, we were en route to dystopia, hellfire. We allow another term for former President Weah, our country will have destroyed. So as an activist, Dr. Pearson, I could not remain quiet. I could not remain neutral or silent or inactive. I had to play a role. Amongst the three choices I had in the opposition, I made a decision on preferring Vice President Joseph Boakai. And I just told you the gauge I used. The elements of that gauge: integrity, public service record.
There's a feedback. Somebody can be, I don't know who's that.
Let meet ourselves.
Yeah.
So we have.
You're in, man.
Lofa, are you? You just said.
So we had three. So all of us had three major. I don't just want to limit it to three because there were other choices, but three major choices to make in the opposition. In terms of leading candidates, now, Dr. Pearson, we had Mr. Edizana Cummings, Mr. Tiawon Gonglo, and Mr. Joseph Boakai. I made my decision to go with Vice President Joseph Boakai, and my decision was based on the fact that he is an integral man. He has no, and I want to say this, probably you can prove me wrong by providing the facts or adducing the facts. I haven't seen anything of corruption on President Boakai. I haven't. If you can show me to convince me, then I will apologize to you for making that mistake. Today, nobody has shown me whether this man was corrupt before coming to power. The second thing I want to say, this question keeps coming back, and it keeps coming back. I'm not saying that Dr. Pearson, the vice president, is free of blame. I'm not saying that. Before we can go to election, presidential candidates usually pick their running mates. That decision is exclusively with them. Vice President Boakai picked his running mate. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf picked her running mate. George Weah picked his running mate. Alexander Cummings picked his running mate. Teon Gonglo the same. So the reason why these people pick their running mate, like you rightly said, because they think the running mate is a good player. The running mate believes in his or her agenda or vision for the country. When they come to power, it's a whole different case. I'm not telling you, the vice president has never even told you that he's free of blame. The other time I listened to him on EFBC, he said he takes responsibility for some of the things that happen. So I am not here to tell you that he's blame free or he's a sin or he's a pope. He's not a pope. No politician is a pope, not even Joe Biden. All of them have their flaws, their missteps, their mishaps. But we have said consistent. There's no perfection here now. Even Mr. Alexander Cummings is not perfect. He has his own flaws. All the candidates have their own flaws. They have their limitations, their shortcomings. But we prefer President Boakai over former President Weah because he was best suited. And I gave the reasons why. So you bring me back again to say, look, the president is to be blamed, and you are trying to. I'm not freeing the president. He's to be blamed. He was vice president. He was a teammate of his boss. So when the ship capsized, the vice president also takes responsibility. However, you cannot just say, okay, because the government was corrupt, the government failed, so we should not support this man who was vice president under the government that was corrupt. That's not a strong argument to make. If you say the office of the vice,
my final follow-up on this question I just asked you. So
Jack, I beg you, we gotta go to.
If you consent that Vice President Boakai also takes responsibility for his boss's failure, then why can't you take responsibility for your boss Boakai's failure that caused you to resign from the rescue mission?
But my role now, this is what we need to get right. The committee set up by the president to recover assets is a committee. It's a special committee, an ad hoc committee. Right? I see a lot of people calling me and say, you didn't declare your assets, you didn't do this. President Boakai has set up a lot of committees in that country. Everybody on committees declare their assets, then LACC and GAC will not have space for those kind of documents. Not everybody can declare assets, especially ad hoc committee. Our job was temporary. And I step aside when I disagree with President Boakai. I step aside because of my disagreement. I was bold enough to say, Mr. President, this is wrong. I'm stepping aside since you have refused to teach it. I call for the dismissal of the corrupt leadership of the assets recovery. The president decided to keep them on. Because he kept them on, I had to leave. Because our values are not compatible.
Thank you, Martin.
So
we gotta go to Lofa.
Dr. Pearson?
We gotta go to Lofa, and then we're gonna try to wrap it up because we don't have a lot of time left. Let's go to Lofa.
Thank you, Martin.
Yes,
Thank you.
please. Thank you. And then after Lofa, let's just for some housekeeping. After Lofa, we'll go to Toga. Let Toga provide his information, his counter information, and then
can Martin provide that counter the detail of the policy, the arrest policy? We're waiting for the act.
No, I sent it to Tomalin.
Just to get a couple things clear here.
Can you put it in the chat?
The acronym that the UP ran on, actually, they did not have actual policy attached to that. They literally updated their website almost 3 times just to make sure that that policy that they claimed they had was available to the public. A couple things I want to highlight here to you, Martin, is one, you spoke of the fact that the vice president, President Boycott, currently affixed his signature to documents that were signed, or what you would consider agreement, the bogus deal that I believe at one point you referenced. Once you affix your signature to a document, that means you're in agreement with that. Very simple. Once you affix your signature, unless you want to disagree with that, I will give you the opportunity to do that. But once you affix your signature to any document, you are in agreement with that document. Secondly, when the issue of compliance is raised, we are looking at quality, okay? If you fail one part of that audit, it is considered non-compliance. That means that entire document or whatever is provided is considered bogus. That part I wanted you to understand and take into consideration. Third, you also made mention of the fact that President Boycott is not corrupt because there isn't any document to substantiate the claim of his involvement in corruption. Data integrity does not exist or did not exist when President Boycott and others were in government. You know what data integrity is? The ability to maintain and make available documents to public when they need it and protect those data for public consumption. Unfortunately, you would not have had the opportunity to access these data, especially due to the fact that President Boycott
See, look like I made a mad vest.
He's back. Okay, good. Now that, can you hear me, Martin?
Yeah, go ahead, Lofa. I'm hearing you.
All right, good. So, in addition to what I was stating earlier, data integrity did not exist when President Boycott and others were in government. Today, we are fighting to make that available, and that is the reason why we are consistently asking for audits, audit reports, and making this information readily available to the public. I hope you got those 3 points that I made, because you responded in a way that I felt like what my brother said earlier, that you appear to be a little bit confused, and not to kind of sound redundant, but I don't know where you stand when it comes to the issue of defending or siding with President Boycott. Now, my question here is this. You claim that you supported President Boycott based on the issue of integrity, considering those 3 points that I hopefully just educated you on, and taking into consideration the fact that President Boycott at the time served as a vice president who contributed immensely, because he also stated in one of his interviews that he was the first to enter the room, the last to get out the room. He always consulted and provided information to Madam Shalif. Do you have any data to substantiate your claim of his, clear of any form of corruption besides hearsay, or besides the claim that he was free of corruption? And can you on this platform say to us that your decision to support President Boycott, you are proud of that today based on his dismal performance within 6 months? That's just my first question. Thank you.
Okay, Lofa, thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and thank you for your question. So let's begin with the issue of data integrity. I don't know whether you are aware that Liberia has a national archive. It may be outdated.
There you go. That
No,
answer is
but I'm coming.
outdated.
In the context, I was still in flight, Lofa.
Okay. Go ahead.
In the context of computational data. So, Liberia is very low on technology. This is a public admittance, and you are aware of that. Before we started having computer, Windows softwares, and all the kind of things, it was very late in the 90s. However, and history is part of data, right? History, we have history. When the former vice president served as Minister of Agriculture, as Managing Director of LPRC, as Managing Director of LPMC, Liberia Marketing Association, and all these public sector institutions, there are records still available of corrupt practices by former ministers or government officials, regardless of the fact that they may not be computational, but they still exist. We've referenced a lot of corrupt cases under past regimes. How did we get to know, Lofa? How did you get to know if we didn't have the data or information on these cases of corruption under the regime of Turbo, under the regime of even Edwin Backley, even Totman? The other day, I uploaded some documents from the archive of
Martin,
the...
one second.
No, I'm coming, Lofa. 1 minute.
No, I just want to make clarity. Give me a second, please. Data integrity. That's what I'm emphasizing.
But data integrity, when you talk about data integrity,
I'm not saying data retention. I did not say data retention.
No, but when
data
you talk
retention
about
is different from data integrity. Those are two different things we're talking about here.
When you talk about data integrity, Julius, I am not a computer expert.
No, they got nothing to do with computer.
But usually you talk about the validity of data. An organization data must be validated to know whether it's correct, it's accurate, or it's wrong. Right. So I'm not a data expert. I've done like one course in data science. I have a certificate, but I'm not a data analyst or a data expert, but I can analyze a lot of data, so I know what is data integrity. I'm just saying to you, you can do your own validation, right, of some of the data that we've been publishing about past governments who were corrupt. What were the cases of corruption? Go as far back as Totman. I uploaded some of the documents the other day on my page. Corruption cases. It's on my page. How did I get all those information? That's why I was referencing you to history. Data is not exclusive from history as well. History is part of the data process. So what I'm telling you, during that time, yes, we didn't have computer, we didn't have hard drive to store information, we didn't have the cloud to save our information, but we had archives to save the documents. And most of those documents today are being transcribed. I gave you a reference, right? I posted something for Indiana University, right? They collected that information in 1860. That information is preserved. They have transcribed it for Liberia. It's part of our history. So all I'm saying, we have archives. There are cases of corruption still on the book that we can reference based on the fact that the information were preserved. So I'm not here to talk about the efficacy of data integrity and all the kind of stuff. I am telling you, I have not heard or seen any evidence that this man stole from government for the past 40 years he served. This is not why I'm here to discuss to defend him or not. I am here. Basically, I came on the show. I thought, Lofa, you should be asking me about my impression about the first 6 months of the government and all this kind of stuff. But hello?
Lofa, you muted, that's why.
I know, I muted myself purposely because I didn't want to interrupt him.
Yeah, so the next question you asked was about... Sorry?
I asked one question. Go ahead, answer the question. I'm saying I muted myself purposely because I did not want to interrupt you.
I've addressed you already answered the question, though.
Okay, so my second question. Okay.
Guys, guys,
What was your next question?
People enjoying the show, so I think I just got information that they added another 10 minutes, so you gotta make use of it quick now.
So my second question here is: initially, I listened to Robert ask you about your profession. Now, I came in right at the time because I was going back and forth. I'm gonna ask, and I hate to be redundant here. I think in the process, and correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned the fact that you deal with a lot of data, you carry on a lot of data analysis and so forth. Now, what's your profession? Just for clarity, what is that? Is not my question, but just for clarity, I want to know, what is your profession?
So I am an economic development practitioner.
Okay.
So on the other side, I'm an activist. Does that answer your question?
Well, if that's what you have for an answer, then I guess that's who you are. Who am I?
That's what it meant.
If that's how you want to consider yourself. But here's what I want to say, though, in that regard.
So that's not how I'm going to consider myself.
That's his profession.
I did development.
No. But then he asked me as to whether he answered my question, right? I am at liberty to respond according to what I feel like.
You're not proceed.
Okay, let's proceed here. Let's proceed here. Secondly, Martin, most Liberian now, I would say, and I have done no analysis or survey of this, but based on your recent action, it appears to me as though you're no longer an activist. You're the victim going forward. I think that is something now that it literally will be prescribed to the Martin Kollie, who was once an activist, but now is more of an the victim. Reason why this statement is being made, and no offense to this, brother, the reason why you are now from an activist to act the victim is because obviously President Boyka had nothing previously to prove to where he could actually transform Liberia. And as an activist, you as a transformative activist, one who believed in transformation, you were looking for that leader with innovative thoughts, ideas for transformation. Unfortunately, you elected to support a President Boyka who has shown no idea or no sense of direction through his previous endeavor, service in government. Yet and still, as a young man who believed in activism and transformative activism, you believed to support this man and you supported him, even titling yourself, okay, as a Rambo, rescue Rambo. Today, less than 6 months into his presidency, I believe they didn't believe in you. They kicked you out. And here we are now because I believe it's in the idea that you were kicked out. My question to you, going forward, if you were to be reconsidered to get back on the train, what name will you now title yourself? Would it be the Return Rambo, or what will you now title yourself going forward?
So Lofa, let me just dispel a number of misconceptions. Number one, I was never kicked out. I resigned willingly based on policy differences and disagreements. So let's get that straight. Nobody kicked me out. And you know what I'm saying.
And when I say you got kicked out, it's because the disagreement did not come into play from start to end. And that's why you literally are out of there now, because they did not. It just did not click, Martin. That's a smart thing. Go ahead. Okay. I'll mute myself. That's why I keep muting myself all the time.
But Lofa, let's be structural, right? When you say kick out and then I say resign, these are two different structures grammatically. so you can say you can say you can say I was kicked out when I willingly resigned. Being kicked out, it means that I was asked
by the regime or the president or some higher authority. Nobody kicked me out. I left willingly. I jumped down from the train willingly because I said to you, there are hyenas who have captured the conductor of the train. And I was very succinct why. You know, the point is, Lofa, what you are not getting is this. I have my own independent choices to make, like you do, like Ben does. You know? So like Madam Grace does, you know, everybody has the right to associate, disassociate at any given time. Even if you don't give reason, that's your right. You don't have to give reason in fact to disassociate or associate. The Constitution gives you that right. So I am telling you, I have jumped down from the train. I am no longer Rescue Rambo. I'm an activist. You can call me Activist Rambo if you want. But returning on the train, did you say I will return on the train?
No, I asked you a question. When you return on the train, what name should we now reference you as?
Well, I'm not returning on the train.
Oh.
I'm an activist. I am back to my vocation.
So
Ben, I got one question quickly, yeah?
Yeah. I come into you, Dominic. Let's make progress. I just want to give some housekeeping information before, because we got 30 more minutes because the radio have to go off. We do want to get the people to get involved in a little bit. So please, let's just stick within the time. We want to thank you, Martin, for spending, it's been 3 hours and 11 minutes. I'm looking at the time here. Yeah. So thank you for taking, for being here. It's been let
Lofa Julius, let be there, let
after Tomalin, we will go to Alex, and then
will be me.
Toga.
Martin, you the government been in power for almost 6 months. If I noticed that you have been doing a lot of research and so forth. There have been a lot of audit reports coming up. You have a lot of documents in your possession. If the Liberian people will ask you now, so far in the 6 months, if you are asked now to make a call, who in government right now you think you have documents that you can charge them for? They are involving corruption already. They are involving betraying the public trust in the government right now. That you can say, look, Tomalin George, based on what I have in my possession, if I were making the shots now, you shouldn't even be in the government. Okay, and also those who you think that have been some of the audits you have too in your possession, who you think right now should be indicted right now? What are past present?
So number one, the de facto prime minister, Sylvester Grisby. Number two, Mama Kability. I'm being very clear, very, very crystal clear. Very, very clear. Look at the issue of the yellow machine that we raised. Look at the issue of the buses, those ratting buses from Ghana that we raised. People are only doing these things in Tomalin to get kickbacks. And we have the facts. Why will you go through third party to import buses in the country, to import yellow machine? Do you need to go through third party? I uploaded a document. The Kuwaiti government imported yellow machine from that same company directly, government to business. They did not go through somebody in South Africa to go to the company. You are a government, you can go to the company and negotiate. You don't have to go to a South African businessman to go to the company. But because people want kickbacks, they don't want to follow the laws. And this is one of my problems with the Bwakale administration. There are laws on the book about procuring machines. I'm not saying don't bring machines, but let's follow the laws. The other error in the arrest at Jana is the rule of law. The other error is rule. Yes, we want to build a road, but must we compromise the rule of law because we want to build roads? I said no, because the basis of democracy is the rule of law. The very presidency, the seat that President Bwaka sits in right now, that seat was created by law. He is sitting in that seat because of the law, the Constitution. So if we violate the law that brought you to power, then it means that you can be in power. The entire society becomes lawless.
Thank you.
We have the PPCC law of 2005. If you say, okay, the South African businessman is pre-financing the agreement, then there's another law that says you should go through the legislature for ratification of the pre-financing agreement before you can import the machines. It is unfortunate.
Thank you, Martin.
So Mama Cap, and I don't want to only stop to the executive, right? The Senate pro tem is also corrupt. The Omlikanga law is very corrupt. I'm being very bold and clear, open. These are rescue people. All of us are on the train together. I'm telling you, they are corrupt.
Thank you, Martin. And let me, before Grace come in, Grace, you come in next. We'll do. Let's keep it in context, please. I mean, as far as time, I do want to just throw in my one question, and then I will let it be. Martin, with everything you just said, and I'm glad that we're now moving towards we're looking forward now, right? We're in. You know, everybody deal with Rescue Rambo. Now we talking to rescue
including my private property. Oh,
exactly. We talk about your private property, everything, right? Which is fine. And like I said,
that's part of that. That's part of the process because he's a bit of transparency.
Let me say this.
Lofa Julius and Raul talking about my private properties and all.
Let me say this. Let me just ask you. I want to ask you a question about.
But I will though.
I want to ask you a question about judgment. Okay. Very often in our country, I mean, not very often, quite a lot. We do this a lot, and you may not be doing it directly. Maybe it's coming off in that way. There's a tendency to blame everybody around the boss, but the boss. And this is one issue that I've always had in our country, right? Oh, everybody around the president bad, but the president is not bad, right? You saw it with President Weah. McGill is the one who bad. Forgetting to understand that President Weah the one who empowered Minister McGill. He made him that powerful. The second thing is that the people did not elect. The people did not elect Grisby. They did not elect Mamaka Ability. None of these people were on the ballot. The two names that were on the ballot that you fought for was Joseph Boyka and Jeremiah Kuhn. I want you, all of what you just talked about, what is your current position when it comes to the judgment of the president? This is not candidate Boyka now, right? This is not the man who used to call you every single day. This is not the one who call you and say you gotta deal with Ben there on all that front line, the opening, right? You're talking now about President Joseph Boyka, right? The one who, by the way, who stopped taking your calls, the one who did not block you from talking to, right? Talk about his judgment as president, because, and I will end on this. I love what Michelle Obama said. The president said, don't change who you are.
It's true.
It only reveals who you are. I think that's the reason why Dr. Pearson was asking you earlier that, don't you think you were misled? Now, don't you think the real Boyka is showing himself? So I want you to talk about how do you grade his judgment as president? Well, all of what you know and all of what you are talking about right now, you're calling for Mama to get fired. You're talking about all these people to get fired. You might, I mean, in a sense, they work at the pleasure of the president. What about Joe Boyka's judgment? Can you talk about that? The man that who you made president.
Okay, Ben, thank you very much. This is an important question because it has to do with judgment, and the presidency is about rational judgment, making rational decision based on critical thinking and analysis. So I would like to say bluntly that it is difficult to measure the president's judgment as at now, because the president has 6 years. If you multiply that by 12 months, right, then you subtract 6 months, you have the number of months remaining. However, the president has made some very weak moves and decisions, right? And those decisions speak to his judgment as well. I don't want to judge the government, his performance in entirety, because it's difficult to do, considering the fact that it's just been 6 months. But there are some missteps. There are some irregularities, right? There are some deviations we've spoken about. And these things speak to the judgment of the president as well. Say, for example, Grace Bay went and took the people's pension money. He should be dismissed.
But he's not.
But he's not dismissed. So we also blame the president for not dismissing him.
So that's why I'm asking you, do you trust this man? Do you trust the president's judgment? Because guess what, Martin? You know, there's an old adage that says the first 100 days or the first couple of days, you know how they say, you know your Christmas will be good, you will know from the eve? Can't you already predict how Joseph Boyka's tenure is going to go? The way he's making these decisions? I mean, he just had an assistant minister. You, Martin, have called for the man to be fired. You just had an assistant minister call a certain lawmaker and say, "We pay you." The president, it's been 24 hours. Not one statement from the executive mansion on this issue. If there is one, I stand to be corrected. Simple things. And the president, for me, and what I'm asking you is, it seems like there is still a little bit of hope that you have, which I can't fault you for. But I'm asking you again, do you believe, forget George Weah, forget all the other things, Joseph Boyka president now, do you believe, how do you think Joseph Boyka is faring when it comes to this decision making? How do you think he's doing it?
So in some areas, he's not faring good.
Okay.
In some areas, he's faring good. It is not all bad under the administration for the last 6 months, comparatively to his predecessor. Now, Ben, let me say this. When I decided to support President Boakai, my measurement was never former President Weah. I did not support President Boakai to be better than former President Weah. No. I supported President Boakai to be the best and not better than former president. We cannot use former President Weah as a gauge to measure. That's disastrous. We should be comparing President Boakai with former President Toba, not George Weah. George Weah government was a bundle or is a bundle of failure. Corruption. I'm not saying corruption is not under the government, but comparatively, look at some of the things that happened under former President George Weah.
So that's not what I'm asking you to do, though.
So my point is, in some areas, there have been weak decisions taken, especially when it comes to taking swift and decisive decisions.
Okay.
Say, for example, Madam Mamaka Ability, Mr. Graceby committed the country to yellow machines. Right? The president released a letter that says something contrary. We haven't reached an agreement. We are still on gentleman talk. They should be dismissed because they told us we have reached an agreement. The contradiction right there. So the president should have used his judgment in that area to fire them. I go to the tip of Madam Mamaka Ability at the ministerial complex. She said we have reached an agreement. The president comes to us and says we haven't reached an agreement. Who do we listen to? That poor judgment, Ben.
Okay.
That poor judgment there. So Graceby goes to the NASCOP. He took thousands of dollars to buy SUV cars, right? When he should not be doing that. There are procurement processes. You can't just walk to NASCOP, you take the people pension money, you go buy a car. Graceby is still working there. Why is he working there? Why is he working there when he has broken the law? That poor judgment. The president has taken some very good decisions that speak to his rational judgment as well. We've been crying for war and economic crimes code in our country for years. Justice, accountability, people stole our money. No president has done that. It was President Joseph Boakai who braved the storm and said, regardless of the fact that war law supported my presidency, which was their right, but I will sign a document for us to establish the Office of War and Economic Crimes Court, for us to start this process. Nobody, President Ellen Johnson, he promised that he didn't achieve it. We are promised he didn't achieve it. It took Boakai to achieve that. It took Boakai to achieve that. We need justice in our country, Ben. Our problem is impunity. We commend the president for that. The president wants to bring yellow machine to face the road. That's good. That's a good decision. But if you don't follow the law, then I say that's bad. Because our country is a country of law, Mr. President. So you want to bring yellow machine to face all the roads in the country, create pathway to farms so that our farmers can have access to the market. That's good. That's good thing there, Ben. But you can do good things sometimes a bad way. Because the law said before you bring a 285 machine, you must go through procurement processes.
Thank you, Martin. Let's go to Grace.
Yeah. Before I ask my question, so do you believe that Medela Cooper too is corrupt since she was part of the bus of bringing the old buses from Ghana that the people had to cost our country for? Can you say that on record that she's also corrupt?
So I listened to, because the thing is, I listened to both interviews. Right, on the issue of the bus, the government said to us there was no agreement. They just brought one to test. Right, so I can say that. Right, I listened to Madam Bility and she said we have reached an agreement. President said no, we haven't reached an agreement. So who do we listen to there? So I'm not just accusing people of being corrupt. We're all having evidence. I gave you another instance, and we are going to release that document. Do you know that Madam Mamaka Bility is fronting for a company, right? Is fronting for a company to take over Putuma? We just got a memorandum of understanding. So she just all over. She just all over. Do you know that Mr. Bility is the Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs at the Ministry of Internal Affairs?
You mean her husband?
Yeah, I think so. I think her husband, yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah,
let me move on.
Let's move on.
That's impunity right there again. But that's Liberia. That's the president you supported, and I'm so surprised that in 6 months already too many bad things have been done compared to the good things, and that's just why I believe. But I will ask you this question. Now, I saw you scrutinize the foreign minister concerning her credentials, and you were right, because I did my own due diligence and I went to research it. I spoke against that too. I think it was wrong for the president to appoint such a person in such a capacity in our country that don't even have a real a bachelor's degree, degrade the country to the lowest. But then recently, the foreign minister, I believe from research and also from my colleagues sharing information with me, that she's been paying for lobbyists to lobby for her to be able to interact and bring more things or whatsoever they're supposed to bring to Liberia. And I sure paying means that she's using government money. I don't think she even have the money to pay for lobbyists on her own. Now, recently there was a post out here in information given out there that she was able to connect the president to Elon Musk, and they had a kind of conversation on the phone that you did nothing for the country. It was just a conversation on technology and whatsoever the case may be, but they made it this whole big thing and started screwing the minds of our people, knowing that when people they understand things in one way and you try to fool them, but the smart people that are among us will not be fooled. So what do you think about that?
Okay, so on the issue of Madam Foreign Minister's credentials, our position was very clear. We still stand by that position. The Foreign Minister, Madam Beslow, she possesses fake degrees, fake credentials. We provided the facts for the whole world to see. She lied on an oath about her credentials. Again, we made the case. President Bouaka decided to hold her on. And this is one of our problems with the president. Right. Now, before the president could come to power, Madam Grace, let me just say this publicly. The president confided in us that we were going to check people's credentials before they are nominated. John Molu and I. In fact, we started developing terms of reference of how people will enter government under President Bouaka. Ask Mr. Molu. We had a lot of conversation with the president. So 2 things we were going to do before nomination. Number 1, character check. Number 2, credential check. The president agreed fundamentally to those steps. To our utmost surprise, people were appointed with all being checked. Fast forward, we said it was the constitutional responsibility of the president to make that determination. We could only advise. We were never listened to. Today, besides the foreign minister, right? Let me just say this on the show. This will be the first time I'm saying it. We are about to resume the work of CSCC, the same thing we did under former President Weah. We are signing an agreement with a law firm. We have already profiled a lot of public officials under Bouaka with fake credentials. and we are going to pursue them aggressively. I want to send this message to the president because the president did not agree with our methodology of recruiting people in public service based on character and credentials. He made that decision. It is his. It is not ours. However, we can challenge some of these people because we've checked and their credentials are fake. Wow. Aside from that, it will embarrass the government. Sorry to say, I take no responsibility for the embarrassment because we advised the president.
we respect your fight. We respect your fight.
Yeah. So we'll soon start releasing those things. Even right at this very CSA that are making noise, people that will fake degree. The CSA, people that will fake degree. I see them running around every day. So the point I'm making, Madam Grace, is the point I'm making, we have to be serious about governance. We didn't change we are to come here and do the same thing. No. If that was how people thought about some of us joining the train, then they were wrong. Because we want a change. Our people suffering in our country, Madam Grace. We are 177 years old. We have gold. We have diamond. The other day, I released a report from Letty. Over 1.5 billion worth of gold, diamond, palm, and rubber are exported per annum. But we're only getting 242 million. For what? I thought these resources are ours. We have said to President Bouaka, we have to review these concession agreements. We haven't done that. Look at what they did with Western Cluster. Some of us had to yell until finally the permit was revoked. Western Cluster signed a bogus agreement that we criticized all of us. We came to power and we withheld that agreement. So I'm saying on the show tonight, we are calling on President Bouaka again. We have dozens of concession agreements, right, that are not in the interest of the country and the interest of the people.
Yes.
We have dozens of concession agreements that are not in the interest of the country and in the interest of the people. President Bouaka, let's review those agreements. Let's review our tax code. Some other people paying no tax at all because they were giving holidays by past regime based on political rationale. I wrote a proposal to the government, to the president specifically, to his email, about some of these issues and recommended 6 steps how we can address the money issue in our country and gain the needed benefits economically.
Thank you, Martin. Due to time constraints, we'll try to be a little bit more concise.
So on the Elon Musk issue, I'm not going to tell you whether it was the Minister of Foreign Affairs who made the contact. I don't know. I don't speak to
she
things.
She posted it on her page. She said she was the one. I took a screenshot. She was the one that made
I posted it on my page?
The foreign minister posted it on her page.
No, she denied the post. She said the post is fake. She denied it later on. She said people created a fake account in her name.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you can go on her page, you will see the disclaimer. She issued a disclaimer. I read a disclaimer. So
all right, guys. Wait. With Tomalin and Ben not here, I don't know who was gonna go next.
Can I just ask Martin a quick question?
I was going next.
Go ahead.
But you can you want to
Yeah. So Martin, for our young Liberians that are out there, the youth that are involved, and we appreciate the fact that they are excited about the country and they want to be a part of the political space and they're trying to hold the government to account. And for the young ones that are out there who tread in the same path that you tread before coming to where you are today in your activism, and they see how you were, you say you are not misled, but they do see how you were misled by Bouaka, like he did Alex Cummings and others in the opposition, and we couldn't politically dribble everybody and try to kill their political career for his own benefit. And he dribbled you as well successfully. So what lessons did you learn on your engagement with Bouaka that you can advise young people out there to be more careful how they stand up for candidates in the future?
So Dr. Pearson, you keep pushing me to something I don't want to go to. This is a clever attempt, to create bad blood between the president and I. My intent is not to oppose the president or anyone, whether you're in opposition, whether you are in position or no position. That's not my intent, right? So I keep saying to you, I was never misled. I made an independent decision. I am an independent thinker. My decision to support President Bouaka is not a regrettable decision. We had two major choices, right? The choice I made, or the preference I made, was based on existing conditions. There were objective conditions at that time for my decisions I made. So I'm not going to tell you I regret or I was misled, or all I have to tell the youth of Liberia, as I've always said, remain true to yourself, remain true to your country. I have been on this journey 18 years consistently. Check my record. I am not a perfect man. I am not a saint. I am not a pope. I have my own flaws and limitations. However, I have been consistent in defense of the poor people. Consistent. 18 years. Check my record. I challenged Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I protested in Sano County. My hand almost got broken by our EPS. I challenged Mr. Weah. Before anybody could lead protest under Mr. Weah, we led the first protest. The first largest post-conflict protest in that country was led by Martin K. and Kollie. They bring back our morning protests before other people started generating the courage and tenacity to even protest against a footballer. So the point I'm making to you is I'm not going to throw out aspersions or tantrums on the leader of the country. If that is what you want me to do, I'm sorry. I'm not going to say I regret my decision. The decision was made at the time when our country was at the verge of collapse. You know what I'm saying. I know people, you see, the thing is, some of the ANC people thought that, oh yes, Martin is with us. I who have been with you based on the fact that you have presented to me, a clear vision, a clear plan for the country. And based on the fact that you have met my own qualification for the national leadership of the country. I have nothing wrong. I have no problem with the ANC. I have no problem with, in fact, some people in the ANC have generously helped me. Some people. And I want to be clear. When I was in Africa, at that time I fled the country, there were mothers in the ANC who rallied some resources to send to me there. But does this mean that I should agree with their political preference because, okay, they say Martin ran out of the country, is in Ezra, let's try and help him out? I don't make my decision on the basis of that.
All right. Thank you, Martin.
So I will not say what you want to hear. That. I'm sorry. Probably we can have a conversation off.
Okay, Martin, as we're about to wrap up, I just want to say thanks for, your explanation and for your advocacy. Just my own conclusion, okay? And what you said, based on your own words, based on the words in your interviews with Spoon, you still believe that Joseph Bouaka would be a great president, that he has that ability. Am I wrong or right? Because it's in the records are there. Okay?
So my prayer is for Joseph Bouaka to be a great president.
Yeah. So, okay.
Because
even though the evidence,
when he's a great president, is beneficial to the people of Liberia.
Yeah, but this is not a church. This is based on record and performance and the things you talk about, evidence. You're evidence-driven person. Okay, you claim that certain people, you're not going to call them corrupt because you don't have evidence, and you only go by evidence. That, to me, that's why I sum up what you're trying to convey. That is fine, but I don't think there's evidence of corruption with Charles Taylor. I don't think any could have, indicted him for any corruption, or George Weah. But you are on platforms after platforms calling George Weah corrupt, just based on hearsay. There were no indictments, there were no record. So I feel that you use a different standard, and I just put in the chat room here, Amar Corner, the Global Witness, published the corruption in the Bouaka administration with the oil deal, that monies were received. The names that received those money unusual money outside the government. Minister of Finance, Amara Cornet, Justice Minister, Christina Ta, Mining Minister, Patrick Sendulo, and so on. These are public record. These are evidence, sis. You ignore all those things. And under the ministry of in the public record. But when it came to George Weah, all the second session, all the comments and everything, your stand, even on Spoon, you right now accusing Grisby when Grisby has not been indicted for anything. So I feel that's a double standard. It's okay for you to still have belief and faith and prayer in your role model, because in your letter, the first letter that you wrote, you said you look up to him. But you criticize other seditionists and other people who look up to George Weah, right? So you're using a very, like I said, and that's why somebody make the comment that it's delusional. I mean, you're not going to criticize yourself. Neither is Borka going to criticize himself. Another point I want to raise, you talk about Borka's accomplishment in the Doe administration. The first problem I have with that, anyone who took a government position or ministerial position under the Doe government in a real system would be prosecuted. That was a military gendarme that executed people. Borka had no morals to say, you know what? Ellie Johnson said he turned jobs down on a Doe, but Borka took the job. Number two, there's no record of Borka in a financial statement on any of the position Borka has held to say he did outstanding. The programs were very, and if there are, please, on this platform, please put it there so you can clarify it. Then I looked at you talked about the rescue, the thing you put in the chat room. That's the Unity Party's general platform, and I just went through it while we're talking. That's not the arrest agenda. So they took parts of the general Unity Parties, and I see why they didn't publish it during the campaign.
Alex, correction. That was Alex, correction. That was the third one they posted after they changed it 3 times, and I have history of the web, literally the web update. I can provide that. That was the third time after they changed it, and I hope Martin can also speak to that, because
even in our document, your outstanding smart man will talk sometimes, like Ben, I get when you get it. It's fine. In that document, I mean, I don't know who put it together. There is no numbers as far as what percentage should be contributed to agriculture or anything. It looked like they copy it from some other website and just change it like they normally do in Liberia. We saw it with a poor agenda. That's still not all these pages that I just went through the entire 70-something pages. I can't find where in our page where the government allocated, like in a manifesto, would say that how much percentage will be allocated in the actual clearing. Then lastly, I want to say this. The Spoon TV, we all bought, it was clear, public record, I think published in newspapers, right? That said that Stanton Witherspoon, who was convicted of a crime, okay, was paying Honorable Borka money during the campaign. I don't think you can deny that here or say there's no evidence for that. Yet and still, and the same Borka and the same rescue people was on Spoon and my brothers there here, claiming they are neutral, claiming that they are objective. That seems to be a crime. That seems to be beyond any journalism, balanced journalism, where the CEO of the company, the ones who interviewing, is paying one of the candidates, and that candidate happens to be Borka, was not disclosed. There is no evidence, Martin Kollie, with what I just said for you to prove to hold on to Borka's integrity. Maybe as an older statesman or because of our culture, but I can go on. And if you can show me one international newspaper or article or one Liberian newspaper or article that point out Borka's achievement in terms of economic development, then you're right. You can. I've got to be looking for it all over the place. So it's lastly, everybody on this platform is seeing it that one, the integrity matter. Borka he does not have integrity, judging by what integrity means, standing up for the truth, even if it means your job. I think you even have more integrity than President Borka. You also claiming, the man is hiring people who are not qualified. right? Look at the inaugural ceremony. $600,000 were used. Then he came out and supported or misused. The issues are the preponderance of the evidences, and yet you still hold hope in this man. You still feel that we should give him a chance. But the part of what I'm seeing, the hypocrisy is that you was not as kind to President George Weah. You are very critical. You made allegations on McGill, and the tips are there. Lastly, I'm sorry, gentlemen. Lastly, Gafuan, you've also promoted on Spoon in your interview because I know your fact. You said that
let him land and you'll respond. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Alex.
you just saw me. I'm not going to speak again. Lastly, your recommendation for Minister of Finance in your Spoon interview was that somebody like John Molu or Gafuan. You said they were highly capable and highly, capable for the job. And I think you still support Gafuan if he were to be the finance minister. Gafuan served on the Universal Library Board. He served as executive guy, going through his resume. Okay, look at the university. In his government, as finance minister, he was one of the most ill-prepared with no business experience. He was only put there because of the Unity Party. And you will not criticize those things. So the American and the people on your side, you seem to want evidence, but the people on George Weah's side or your opposition, how can you claim now to be an objective advocate? I think you're a politician. Let's just
activist.
Thank you. Yola, please give him a chance to do. Martin, before you come in, after Alex, after you finish, Toga will take us home because I think everybody else has to say what they have to say so we can wrap up.
No, I'm not close.
I mean,
that was my one. That was my best.
Don't do that thing to us, but you
kidding me? No, I was
You say you edit June on one side. So what is
it? Martin, go ahead and then
you edit June together to net. Your partner.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Alex, let's go home.
So Alex, the first thing I want to say, because we don't have time, it is unfair. It is unfair to Gafuan to say he didn't have any business experience. Do you know what Gafuan has his master's degree in? Business and finance. He served as budget
Education
director.
is different from experience, brother.
Thank you. Education.
Yes.
No, but I'm coming now.
For budget director.
No,
guys, you're letting man. Guys, you're letting man.
No, but we can have the conversation
a lot of time.
Take it easy.
Okay, I'll let him go.
But interrupt him, please. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, but Alex, I listened to you for several.
Yeah, Alex, the man listened to you. That's fair. That's true.
So,
go ahead, Martin.
Just trying to bow some holes. The first hole I want to bow is the fact that you have no information about Gafuan's academic background and experience in business, finance, diplomacy, and whatever. Gafuan is an accomplished public and private sector genius. Go to his record. Go to his record as a young man. The youngest budget director. Yeah, but probably you want to say something else. You say he didn't have experience before becoming.
I'll let you finish, and if I can do one follow-up to
revert. So the first thing is, go ahead. He worked as budget director of the Republic of Liberia before becoming Minister of Finance. What experience do you need? He has a degree in accounting. He has a degree in finance and business. When he served at the ministry, we reached HIPIC completion point. Over 4.5 billion was waived. The record is there. We have IFMA system, integrated financial management system today. Today you have civil servants being paid to wire transfer. Those things happen. Those reforms took place on a young Gafuan. So let's be fair to each other, edits. You don't want anybody to go on a platform and cast expression on your qualification and experience. Don't do that to another young person. Today, Gafuan is the country manager of the African Development Bank in Uganda. He controls a whole country. Do you know the budget he's controlling right now in Uganda? So let's be fair. I don't want to go there. The next issue you talk about, the next issue you talk about, why am I calling President we are corrupt when I don't have evidence? What evidence do you need? I said to you, the government of President Weah was very corrupt. Very corrupt. Look at the confidence of President Weah. Let's start from there. When he came to power, who were his confidants? Twer, McGill, Twawe, Bill Twawe, Serena Cephas. Were they not sanctioned by the U.S. government after the Magnitsky Act was invoked? Under the Weah-led government, were our diplomatic passports not auctioned to criminals? Under the Weah-led government, didn't the Crow report establish discrepancies as a result of 16 billion getting missing? Under the Weah-led government, the very the very PRT, the Presidential Investigative Task Force that he set up to investigate the 25 million that was lavished on quote unquote sour money exchanges. What did the PRT report say? It indicted the government of corruption. Today we cannot see who they gave the money to. The 25 million that was given to Twer and the central bank to mop up excess liquidity of Liberian dollars from the market. So all those reports are there. Go and look at report from Transparency International. Go and look at the index. We became more corrupt under Weah than even his predecessor, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So we were quoting all of these reports and we were looking at the existing realities in the country. Weah did just anything. He came, he broke down his properties, built condominiums almost everywhere on 9th Street on the highway. When he did not have money, go and look at his asset declaration form at the LACC and the National Elections Commission. He did not have money. Physical cash. He did not have money. So how did he build all of those properties? Two things may have happened. These are empirical assumptions, right? You may say they are wrong, but it is your opinion like I'm giving mine. So number one, he may have used the office of the presidency to solicit, which is in violation of the 2014 Code of Conduct law. You can use your... That was, I saw him recently extorting his wife, Madame Claire Weah. You know what Madame Claire Weah did? To have built that private foundation. She used her office as first lady to solicit, and she used the budget of the country. By right, that property should not be for her. And I'm coming up with something to justify why. That should be a public property. We released documents, evidence on Madame Claire Weah before she became first lady. She was selling in one restaurant on Queensland in the US. We got picture of her restaurant like a combo shop. How could she have possibly built that complex? He said she has some in Jamaica. Where in Jamaica she has similar structure? Nowhere. So what I'm saying to you, Alex, I know you have some issues with the president leg-wise. I do. You know, everything is not rosy, and everything will not be rosy. The president has some faults and flaws, which we must identify and tell him these are wrongs and it must be fixed. But to compare the 6 months of President Boakai to that of President Weah is a complete mischaracterization of the facts. President Boakai hasn't built a single structure for himself in 6 months. You talk about McGill. McGill is sanctioned. He's sanctioned. Right? He's sanctioned for many reasons. Twer is sanctioned. Twawe is sanctioned. Serena Silva is sanctioned. These are his confidence. And now, I'm making this prediction, and I hope I will be on the record. President Weah is going to be sanctioned. It's just a matter of time. The U.S. did not sanction Charles Taylor when he was in power.
The U.S. sanctioned Charles Taylor in 2004 when he was never in power because he left power August 2003. After a year, he was sanctioned around July. So the U.S. will not sanction you when you are a president because there's a clause in our constitution that immunes the president from sanction and legal stuff. You know, so the immunity clause protected him, but it doesn't mean he didn't commit crime.
Okay.
And this is why we are calling on President Bouaka to question.
Martin, can I make one?
No, Alex, I beg you, Alex.
correction?
We don't have,
Like
Alex. We don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time. Play quick up before Toga close us because the guys are already telling us we got less than maybe 10 minutes or so. Just a point of correction to Martin. Charles Taylor was sanctioned while he was president by the U.S. He was sanctioned as president of the country. The other thing I wanted to state clearly to you, Martin.
President is sanctioned.
He was president. He was sanctioned. He was sanctioned.
I can name you several presidents that have been sanctioned.
He was sanctioned in 2000. Emerson Mnangagwa. Currently
president. Check your information. Charles Taylor was sanctioned July 2004. I send you the document.
No. But I'm saying now, Martin. Let me. I don't want to go back and forth. He was sanctioned while he was president. He was sanctioned while he was president. Let me say this.
Who you talking about? Charles Taylor was sanctioned when you were president? No, Ben.
No, but let me say this quickly before we wrap up. I know what you're talking about.
Then let me address the money that was being paid to Bouaka from Spoon.
He didn't answer that question. There was the U.S. sanctions, and then there was the United Nations sanctions.
United Nations sanctions.
So I just want to make that clear. But let me also state for the record. Martin, you talked about the former First Lady. You also talked about the comparison. Recently, we saw the Bouaka Foundation that their papers were not even. I think they
don't have a financial statement in its entire existence.
We just saw them donating $450,000 worth of equipment to.
That's not corruption to Martin. No,
conflict of interest.
AFK. This foundation was not viable prior to all of this thing. So I just wanted to say that, but let's talk about
foundation.
No, but he didn't answer the question about the $3,000.
I patiently. Can I talk now? Can I wrap up?
Coming, please.
Because the thing is, please.
Yeah, talk now, please. Guys, y'all please get some order on the show, please. Y'all please get some order on the show.
Yeah, okay. Can I conclude? I know you.
Probably I can come back.
Can I speak now, please? You're subjecting me in the back for more than 1 hour.
Let Toga wrap up and then let Toga wrap up and Martin will give you
the things I wanted to put across.
We don't have time, Michael.
The things I wanted to put across and the things I have jotted down. If I were to speak to all of them, we're not even leave.
Take the rest home and write a book.
Because there are a lot of flip-flops, inconsistency, hypocrisy in everything Martin has been saying. One of the issues, even about the credential issue with the CACC and Madam Sarah Bessel. The woman's credential is legit. The woman's credential is legit. All right? In fact, I'm even on a site, on her school's site, that they just don't name her. They name several notable individuals from the school. And all these people are powerful people in our society today. All right? They got Chair Egyptian Society of Northern Ireland, graduated from the women's school. Dustin Benson, MD, assistant clinical professor from Magdalene Hospital, graduated from the school. Before she's there, Chief of Staff, United States Army, graduated from the women's school. But here's the thing. Part of the hypocrisy is when you come and you say, for example, Amin Model School he graduated from. It's clear. But that same school is the school where the former deputy minister for administration under the WIAS administration, for deputy minister for administration, Ministry of Education, Latin Daton, graduated from the St. Phoenix University, and you branded it a tinted record school. These are my issues that are inconsistency, Martin. Right. You can't be saying Amin Moda, the same school he graduated from, is clean, is okay, but because you hit somebody from the same place and you say that school is tinted, I got all your records. And everything I'm doing here, they are documented on you. If this platform was giving us the opportunity to put most of these screenshots up, You'll be very embarrassed because I got all it's recorded.
People in up, I beg you.
No, we don't have time.
There's no time for it. Everybody knows here that I am placing these things in the chat room. Another thing, even about the sanction. Did you even read today's Washington Post analysis on sanction on countries? Let me read you just one portion of the sanction. In Washington, the swell of sanctions has spawned a multi-million-dollar industry. Foreign governments and multinational corporations spend exorbitant sums to influence the system. Corporate shoe law firms and DC lobbying shops have built booming sanction practices, in part by luring government officials to cash in their expertise. They are telling you the whole thing about sanction is a business. The highest bidders are sanctioning people from other places. No, I don't like to speak for the we as administration because I did not work there. Every time I try to do this, I'm branded like I'm one of them. I don't like to speak for the we as administration at all. I did not work in the we as government for the last 6 years. I don't like to put my neck on the pole for the we as administration. But when you come to mislead the public and some of the happenings, then we got to come in to question you and your integrity. All right? Because the thing is, Nyenwolo Martin.
Let him finish, Martin, please. Let him finish. You can close. You can get your closing. Then you wrap.
Yeah, you get your closing.
So you got 2 more minutes. From there, Martin,
thank you, Ben. Thank you. So if you follow, take for example the issue you're talking about, we have built several condominiums and this, that. You don't live in Liberia for maybe over the last 2-3 years. Have you even passed Abuaka's resident and see the major transformations? Have you gone there? Can we say that's corruption? Do you know the entire road that passes before Buaka House is even blocked? They are placed of fence, they are placed of gate, they have rebranded it. Do you know that Buaka's son, a club that he have at Buaka House, the fence there have gone more than 6 to 10 feet? It's been rebranded. Who money they're using? That is salary that Buaka making every day. That is salary Buaka making every day. But you see, even your CACC, you can question Mandela Cooper. I can even read you Mandela Cooper's profile. And you will see it. She says she got credential in some communication thing. She can't put what degree she get in it. You will never question Mandela Cooper. Because you say you get fat funny on her. You also don't know, but you know very well that Mandela Cooper is behind it. Even the Waka boss coming to this country. She went to Ghana. She negotiated it. She brought the boss to Liberia because she wanted to get feedback. You won't speak about it, Martin. That is my problem with you. If you want to be an activist, you must be able to touch all sides. Your issue is you cherry picking. You want to be with Buaka because you think it's still
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
But at the same time, you don't want to question people. You think essential. You think essential were to be a sincere thing. People in Buaka government right now will be sanctioned. The great you're talking about will be sanctioned. The Mama cabinet you're talking about will be sanctioned. In fact, I'm getting information. There's a whole list of over 5 individuals that might also be sanctioned. You know about it. You won't speak about it because you think it's about certain surrounding. Like I said, if I wanted to, I have a huge list of issues, but because of the
Martin will come back. Martin will come back.
I think he can come back Sunday.
Yeah, Martin will come back.
You should join the platform. My recommendation. You should join the platform.
So let me just close. Let me just close. First and foremost, I want to.
We got time, but we gotta go.
First and foremost, I want to say thanks to everyone, to Saint Chief Tomalin George. Thanks to Chairman Ben Sanvee. Thanks to the most powerful chair lady, Madam Grace Guy. Thanks to Lofa Julius. Thanks to Robert Guar Jr. Sorry if I mispronounced.
No, you did right. You did good, Martin.
Yeah.
I'll give you credit. I give you credit.
Yeah, Martin, my last name is Guar.
Thanks to Dr. Clarence Pearson. Thanks to the critical tour guide, Zana Biede. The man always got. I can see all your comments on him and posting. I just laugh. I see the other guy. Thanks to the critical Chuchu Ellis Jones. Thanks to all of you. You know, it's good to be here, and I think I need to regularly visit here for us to have some conference.
You should, please.
Because the thing is, the other day somebody said on the show the man is afraid to come. Why should I be afraid to come? This has been my business for more than a decade, you know. It's just that I'm busy on this side. I got to hustle too for the family to survive. Yeah, I got family. Yeah. So y'all got to understand that one. I can't just, the time you're
Yeah, congratulations on your daughter. Very beautiful baby you just had.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. The time the show can be on in Liberia in the evening, I can be to work, hustling. Yeah. So sometimes I don't have the time. So we got to understand. But to the point, I told God, the first thing is you charge me with hypocrisy. You charge me with let's just say hypocrisy. I think that was your only charge. So let's begin with Phoenix University. I wanted you to really put the screenshot up because my statement about Phoenix under the administration of the Deputy Minister Latin Detom was very clear. And my statement about Phoenix under the minister's administration was very clear also. I'm talking about Ami Moda. So what did we say as an institution? CSCC as an institution. I'm just the founder of the institution. Right. So we said to you, the school has credibility issue. We still stated our same position when we came to Ami Moda. Please go to the position we stated when we came to Ami Moda. Whether it contradicted our initial position when we were on Latin Detem. So we haven't changed. We haven't changed our position. We have said, yes, this school may have regional accreditation as per our evidence. However, it has a blush reputation. There are schools in the US of A, right? They may be accredited nationally or regionally or whatever the case is, or institutionally, but their reputation is fraudulent. They are often called predictory universities and colleges. The other day we uploaded a list of over 3,000 predictory universities and colleges. We are doing all these things to help our people to open their eyes to these online degree mills. There are many. A lot of our people, some of them are victims, and some of them, like Arthur Johnson is now a victim. He intentionally decided to get a part of fake degrees, calling himself lawyer in Monrovia. I don't want to.
We got our radio people telling us. Yeah.
But the point is, be there if you have a case against me. Present your evidence. Bring the facts.
We got one special show with you and Toga. Don't worry.
I would not accuse you of anything.
I will be on our show too.
If you want to organize a debate between Toga and I, the closing argument can organize that debate.
We'll do that. We got to wrap up.
Your promo was done well. Let's get this done with, man.
I'm not going to accuse anyone on this platform of anything. I'm not going to accuse Toga. I don't have the facts to accuse Tutu. I don't have the facts to accuse anyone. I can only accuse people when I have the facts. You saw what we did with the Chief Justice recently. We have our facts. You saw what we did with the Minister of Education. We have our facts. So we are not just accusing people with our facts. That's why people don't take us to court. When we say this is this, because we have the facts. So what we are doing, we are simply promoting academic integrity and trying to push back against academic fraud. That has not happened for the last 177 years. Nobody has mustered the courage to say we'll chase these people that have fake degrees in our country. We have done that. We are on record of doing that. I think we should be appreciated because we have opened people's eyes to fake degree in our country. Nobody can just bring any paper from abroad and stuff it in our system because they know CSCC exists. That's one of our achievements. I'm not here to fly the kid of CSCC because we are like 8 on the panel or the committee to investigate these things. So all I'm saying, we have our own limits. Yes, we recognize them. We are not saying we are saints. There will be sometimes mistakes, but we always rely on the evidence. Like in the case of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we still stand by our position. Yeah, so I just want to say thanks. I will come back on the show, Toga, Rabo, and Lofa Julius. If you want us to organize a debate, I'm available for us to talk more about some of these issues.
Yeah, please come back.
Let's have time, I will come back just because of Madam Grace. Because that's the only person I let on the show.
Yeah, come back for me. I will be here.
But Martin, want to thank you. Martin, want to thank you for doing 4 hours.
Degree 3 months.
4 hours.
Oh, man,
yeah, we're closing now, guys. We want to thank you for doing 4 hours.
Somebody got first.
You want to have this sales page here, man. Let people talk about something else over here, Ben.
We want to thank you.
4 hours. How many hours have we not done on the show here?
Lofa, please stop harassing the show.
I'm not harassing the show. I'm just saying we want to thank you for doing 4 hours.
Thank you guys. This was a fascinating conversation. We have the radio in Liberia that's going off. We don't want to keep the people. We want to thank Chairman Musa Belede for allowing.
Martin says the
Happy 26. Happy 26. Happy 26.
And Robert, don't worry. The next time we'll get you.
You actually remember Ben. Ben, remember you actually subjected me to one question. I will pay back.
Yes.
I will pay back. I will pay back.
So, Lofa, so Dr. Pearson is one of the panelists now?
I see you guys.
But
Pearson, I guess panelist.
Yes, he came as a guest panelist, but we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
He
No, and just so you guys know,
when I even do all of these extra intros, yes, luckily that I'm too tough, I will pay that.
This wasn't, unfortunately, I don't think after the interview.
All right, y'all start disturbing the people, man. The people deserve better than this, man. The people
deserve better than what you did tonight.
People deserve better than this, man.
What you did tonight, Ben.
Our viewers deserve better than this, man.
They deserve better than what you did tonight, Ben.
Good night, y'all. Good night.
Good night, guys. Good night. It was a great conversation.
It was a good show.